Hey dreamers, welcome to Dan Jones' Sleep Stories. It's time to wrap yourself up in a safe, cozy blanket of dreams as you close your eyes and relax asleep into slumberland while listening to this calming tale where you sleep fast, sleep well, and sleep all night. If you like this bedtime story or have thoughts for future sleep stories, please leave a comment and subscribe to the channel. You can also support the channel on Patreon, where you'll find audio voice-only versions of my sleep stories. Thank you for your continued support. And before the story begins, imagine that you're being told this sleep story to the relaxing backdrop of rain outside. Just take a moment to allow yourself to get comfortable and close your eyes. And as you drift deeply and soundly asleep, I don't know whether you'll drift deeper asleep to the sound of my voice or to the spaces between my words. And with your eyes closed, you can begin to have a sense of relaxing your mind and body as I count down from 20 to 1. Becoming deeper absorbed in the experience with each number. From 20, beginning to focus on the top of your head, noticing what your head is resting on, how it's supported gently in place, the comfort in and around your head as it rests there. 19. Having a sense of the muscles around your scalp and the back of your head softening and relaxing deeper and deeper, drawing in peace and comfort with each breath that you take, before moving your awareness around your face. 18. Focusing on what it's like for that relaxation to spread around your face, your ears and your cheeks. Having the muscles in these areas soften and relax. 17. Relaxing the muscles around your eyes and across your forehead, while the muscles around the side of your head and over the top of your head begin to relax deeper and deeper. 16. Noticing how you can pay attention to fading tension, or perhaps find that tension dissolves without paying it any attention at all. 15. And you can continue to allow that relaxation to spread down around your mouth, relaxing your lips and your jaw, relaxing the muscles around the side of your neck, around to the back of your neck and around your throat. 14. And as your jaw relaxes and hangs slightly loose, limp and comfortable, that relaxation can continue to move down to your shoulders and your upper back. 13. And I don't know whether that relaxation happens fastest around your shoulders, or in the upper back, or perhaps down the tops or the front of your shoulders. As that relaxation progresses around your back and your chest, softening and relaxing those muscles fully, deeply and comfortably. 12. And as those muscles soften and relax while you rest there, that relaxation can begin to spread down the arms to the hands, all the way down to the fingertips. 11. And I don't know which arm will relax fully fastest, whether it'll be the left arm or the right arm, or whether the arms will relax at the same rate and speed as each other. 10. And as that relaxation continues through those arms, it can flow down through your stomach, your sides and lower back, all the way down to your bottom, before extending deeply down through your legs to the tips of your toes. 9. And as your body becomes deeper and deeper relaxed, while you drift into the most pleasant sleep, so your mind begins to relax as a wave of healing light gently passes down through your body. 8. You begin to have a sense of that healing light touching your forehead, enveloping your face and head with healing deep relaxation, absorbing comfortably and gently into you with each in-breath that you take. 7. Filling you with peace and calm, spreading that healing, restorative, recuperative light down through your body, calming your mind. 6. Breathing in healing, calm relaxation. And breathing out any stress or tension. 5. Aware of that healing light passing down your neck, softening and relaxing those muscles, spreading that healing light throughout the neck as it spreads down with the next breath to your shoulders, around the back of your neck and down into your arms. 4. Gradually continuing that flow of healing light all the way to the tips of the fingers. 3. And with another in-breath, the healing light can spread down through the body, softening and relaxing muscles, healing deep within the body, filling the body with pleasure and deep relaxation. 2. As the light journeys down around your stomach, your lower back and sides, into your buttocks and all the way down to the soles of your feet, perhaps noticing your whole mind and body filling with a deep sense of peace and calm. 1. And as you allow that light to flow with each breath, you can find your mind drifting deeper and deeper asleep as you drift comfortably into this story. This sleep story takes place in the harsh, mystic highlands of Scotland towards the close of the 19th century, where a young woman named Elizabeth returns to her ancestral home in Glen Coe, only to find herself entangled in a web of ancient secrets and spectral mists. As she delves deeper into her family's mysterious past, Elizabeth encounters unsettling legends and supernatural forces that threaten to consume her very being. Under a slate grey sky, the carriage rattled through the sprawling moors and towering peaks of the Scottish Highlands. Elizabeth, with her hair as dark as the raven's wing, and eyes reflecting the deep blue of a storm-tossed sea, sat pensively by the window. From the heart of Edinburgh's scholarly enclaves, she journeyed to the forbidding and mist-enshrouded glens of her forebears, driven by a promise made on her mother's deathbed. The wheels churned through the muddy paths, splattering the aged wood with the earth of Glen Coe. Elizabeth's heart beat with a mixture of dread and determination. Her mother had spoken of this place with both reverence and a shiver of fear. Her tales steeped in the lore of spirits wandering through the mists, and of ancient debts owed by the living to the dead. As the carriage crested a hill, the glen unveiled itself, a sweeping vista of rugged beauty and sombre shadows. The air was thick with the scent of rain and heather, and a heavy mist clung to the land like a shroud. Elizabeth felt a strange pull in her chest, an echo of belonging mingled with an unspoken warning. The driver, a grizzled man with eyes accustomed to the caprices of Highland weather, cast a wary glance at Elizabeth through his rearview mirror. "We're nearing your family's lands, miss," he intoned, his voice a gruff note against the rhythmic clatter of horses' hooves. "You should be prepared. Things here, they aren't as in the city. The land keeps its own counsel, and the past never quite leaves the present." Elizabeth nodded, her gaze fixed on the looming shapes of the mountains that cradled the valley. The mother's words came to her then, whispered in the dim light of her sick room. Go back to Glen Coe, to our roots, heal the wounds of the past. It was a plea for closure, wrapped in the veils of a half-remembered history that Elizabeth now sought to unravel. As the carriage dipped into the valley, the village of Glen Coe emerged through the fog. A collection of stone cottages and smoke tendrils rising into the damp air. The villagers paused in their daily toll to watch her arrival. Their expressions a tapestry of curiosity and an unspoken chill of apprehension. In their eyes, Elizabeth saw reflections of the same stories her mother had told. The legends of her ancestors, whispered around firesides when the mist grew thick and the world outside grew indistinct. Stepping onto the damp soil of her ancestral home, Elizabeth felt the weight of countless generations pressing upon her shoulders. Here in the heart of the highlands, her journey into the mists of her family's secrets would begin. Elizabeth, stepping lightly from the carriage onto the cobblestones of the village square, couldn't help but notice the cold reception that met her arrival. The villagers, clad in the muted wools of Scottish tweeds, gave her curt nods, their eyes darting away too quickly, their whispers carried on the wind. She approached an old, gnarled man, leaning against the stone wall of the inn, his face as lined as the map of the glen itself. "Good day, sir," Elizabeth greeted, her voice trying to mask her nervousness with a hint of warmth. "I'm Elizabeth McGregor, returned to claim my family's home." The old man looked her up and down, his gaze piercing and unforgiving. "Aye, we know who you are, lass," he muttered, his voice as rough as the gravel paths of the highlands. "Ye bear the look of the McGregors, no doubt, but have ye also inherited their troubles?" Elizabeth frowned, a chill running down her spine. "What troubles do you mean?" she asked, though a part of her dreaded the answer. The man glanced around, ensuring no eager ears were too close, and lowered his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. "Ye haven't heard then? 'Tis no wonder the way they talked of it in hushed tones, even when I was a bairn. The McGregors, they say, made a pact with the shadows of the glen long ago, bound by blood and mist. They say your ancestors stirred the wrath of what dwells beneath the mists, and that wrath has never quite slept." Elizabeth's heart thudded in her chest. The tales her mother had whispered now took on a darker tone. The superstitions of the old country manifesting before her in the wary faces of the villagers. Why would they make such a pact? She pressed, needing to understand the depth of the legacy she'd come to reclaim. The old man shook his head, his eyes reflecting the grey skies above. Power, or desperation, or both. Who can say what drives a man to consort with the spectral? But it was said that the MacGregors gained their wealth and their lands at a steep price, and debts of such nature, they linger long and come due in ways most dire. As he spoke, a woman crossed the square, her head down, her shawl drawn tight against the creeping mist. She cast a furtive glance at Elizabeth, her eyes wide with a mix of fear and pity, before hurrying on. Elizabeth took a deep breath, the weight of her family's secrets pressing upon her. "And how does this curse affect us now?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper, blending with the rising wind. The old man's eyes darted to the surrounding mists, which seemed to draw closer, as if listening. "Some say it's just old tales meant to scare children," he murmured. "But others, they claim that on nights when the mist is thick as wool, you can hear the whispers of the MacGregors begging for release from their spectral bond, and sometimes something whispers back." Shaken, Elizabeth thanked the man for his candour and turned away, her mind racing with the legends now resurfacing, her ancestors' voices whispering through the layers of time. She needed to learn more, to uncover the truth buried beneath centuries of fear and superstition. Only then could she hope to free herself and perhaps her family from the shadows that clung to the MacGregor name. As the cold winds of the Scottish highlands whispered through the narrow lanes of the village, Elizabeth found herself drawn to a quaint ivy-covered cottage at the edge of the village. The garden, overrun yet oddly charming with its wild herbs and ancient stones, seemed to beckon her with a scent of thyme and wet earth. As she approached, the door creaked open, revealing an old woman with silver hair flowing like the mist itself. Her eyes, a startling shade of green, seemed to pierce through the gloom, fixing on Elizabeth with an intensity that stopped her in her tracks. "You have come, child of the MacGregors," the woman said, her voice a melodic whisper that seemed to blend seamlessly with the wind. "The blood of the Glen runs strong in you." Elizabeth, taken aback by the greeting, steadied herself. "You know of me, then?" "I knew you would come, as your mother did before you." "And her mother before her," the woman replied, stepping aside to allow Elizabeth into the warmth of the cottage. Inside, the air was thick with the aroma of drying herbs and something faintly sweet, like distant heather, I'm Moira, and I've kept the law of this land for many a year. Sitting down by a fire that crackled with welcoming heat, Elizabeth watched as Moira moved about with surprising agility, fetching 2 cups and a pot of tea. My mother mentioned an old curse. Elizabeth ventured cautiously, accepting the cup offered to her. Moira nodded, pouring the steaming tea with a steady hand. Aye, the curse. Your ancestors, they tread a path dark and twisted, meddling with forces no mortal ought to stir. But it is the time of Samhain that concerns us now. Samhain? Elizabeth queried, wrapping her fingers around the warm cup, the herbal aroma soothing her initial trepidation. The time when the veil between this world and the next is at its thinnest, Moira explained, her gaze fixed on the dancing flames. A time when those who know the old ways can speak to the spirits and, if they're not careful, let something through. Elizabeth shivered, the fire's warmth doing little to ward off the chill the words evoked. And you believe this affects my family? More than most, Moira replied solemnly. For on Samhain night, a century past, your great-grandfather promised a spirit, a debt in exchange for the prosperity of your line. Each generation has felt its weight, a shadow growing ever longer with the setting of each sun. What can be done? Elizabeth asked, her voice barely above a whisper, fear mingling with a growing resolve. Moira's eyes gleamed with a mixture of sadness and hope. There is a way to mend what was broken, to heal the rift your ancestors wrought, but it will ask much of you, Elizabeth. On Samhain, you must be ready to face what lies beyond the mist, to confront your family's past and forge a new path forward. As the fire crackled and the night deepened around them, Moira shared the ancient lore of the Glen and the secrets of the rituals that Elizabeth would need to understand and perhaps dare to perform. With each word, Elizabeth felt the weight of her heritage and the daunting task ahead. But within her, too, stirred a newfound strength, a determination to restore the balance and heal the ancient wounds of the McGregor line. The following morning, under a cloak of grey, foreboding clouds, Elizabeth made her way to the ancient McGregor Manor, standing desolate at the edge of the glen. The building, a stark silhouette against the highland landscape, seemed to watch her approach with 1,000 unseen eyes. Its stone facade, lashed by centuries of wind and rain, bore the scars of neglect, with ivy creeping up its walls like slow, green flames. The heavy wooden door groaned in protest as she pushed it open. The air inside, stale and heavy with the dust of decades. Elizabeth's footsteps echoed in the empty halls, each room a hollow reminder of her family's faded glory. She wandered through the shadowed corridors, her only light the dim grey that filtered through the grimy windows. In what once must have been a library, the air thick with the musty smell of old paper and leather, Elizabeth found a heavy wooden chest hidden behind a false panel in the wall. Her fingers trembled as she lifted the lid, revealing a cachet of old books, letters, and a diary bound in faded leather, its pages yellowed with age. She carried the diary to a cracked window where she could read by the meagre light. The diary belonged to her great-grandmother, Isabel McGregor, a woman rumoured to have been deeply entwined with the mystical and the mysterious. As Elizabeth turned the pages, Isabel's elegant, flowing script revealed a tale of sorrow and dark dealings. "My heart is heavy as I write these words," Isabel had written, her words tinged with despair. "We have summoned what we cannot put down. Our family's prosperity was bought with a price far too dear, and now the spirits demand their dues. We sought to control the forces beneath the mist, to bend them to our will, but they're not so easily swayed." Isabel detailed a ritual gone awry, intended to bring the family wealth and power by harnessing the spirits of the glen. Instead, it had unleashed a malevolent force that now haunted the family, demanding ever more severe tributes as each generation passed. "The land itself has grown sick with our greed," the entry continued. "A darkness festers at the heart of the glen, a shadow that spreads its tendrils through the soil, poisoning everything it touches. We've tried to make amends, to banish what we called forth, but our efforts bear little fruit. The veil thins, the spirits grow restless, and I fear for what is to come." Elizabeth's hands shook as she absorbed the weight of her ancestors' confessions. The diary not only confirmed the villagers' tales of curses and spectres, but also filled her with a dread of the depth of her family's entanglement with the supernatural. In the diary's final entries, Isabel spoke of a possible way to mend the rift, a counter-ritual that might appease the angered spirits and seal the tear they'd made in the veil. It was incomplete, the crucial elements lost to time, or perhaps never discovered. As Elizabeth closed the diary, her resolve hardened. She knew what she must do. She would delve deeper into her family's arcane past, uncover the lost elements of the ritual, and attempt to heal the land her ancestors had so grievously wounded. As the sun dipped below the jagged peaks of the highlands, casting long shadows across the glen, Elizabeth sat by the fading light of a single candle, poring over the arcane symbols and rituals described in her great-grandmother Isabel's diary. The wind howled outside, a mournful cry that seemed almost human in its despair. That night, as Elizabeth prepared for bed in the cold, sparse room of the manor, the air shifted subtly. A low mist rolled in from the hills, seeping through the cracks and crevices of the old house, enveloping everything in a damp, ghostly shroud. The candle flickered violently, as if protesting against an unseen force, then sputtered out, leaving Elizabeth in the thick darkness. From the depths of the house, a faint melody began to rise. It was a haunting Gaelic lament, a song so sorrowful and so beautiful that it rooted Elizabeth to the spot. The melody seemed to weave through the corridors, seeping out from the very walls of the manor, cooling her, steeling her nerves. Elizabeth grabbed a lantern and followed the sound, her heart pounding in her chest. As she moved through the shadowed halls, the melody grew louder, clearer. It led her to the rear of the manor, where the mists thickened and swirled around her feet like living things. The back door of the manor swung open with a creak, revealing the rolling mist outside, glowing faintly under the light of the waxing moon. Compelled by a force she couldn't understand, Elizabeth stepped outside. The ground was wet with dew, the air filled with the rich, earthy smell of the moors. The song led her to the edge of the woods, where the mist formed shapes, ghostly apparitions that flickered at the periphery of her vision. Shapes of men and women, some clad in ancient highland clothes, others in nothing discernible, their forms shifting and fading like smoke. One figure, however, stood clear amidst the undulating mist, a woman with sorrowful eyes that seemed to bore into Elizabeth's soul. She was draped in a tartan shawl, her hair wild around her shoulders, and her lips moved with the song. Though her appearance was spectral, her presence felt achingly familiar. Elizabeth reached out a hand, her voice barely a whisper. "Who are you? What do you want from me?" The apparition's lips stopped moving with the song, and a new, clearer voice spoke, laden with the weight of ages. "The land weeps, child of my blood. The curse you forebears wrought bind us here. Free us, mend what was broken." With those words, the figure and the song faded, leaving Elizabeth alone with the night and the lingering echo of the lament. Shaken but resolute, she knew that these apparitions were the restless spirits of her ancestors, bound to the land by the same dark forces her great-grandmother had consorted with. They were not just echoes of the past. They were a plea for redemption. Elizabeth returned to the manor, her mind racing with the night's revelations. She needed to understand more about the rituals, the spirits, and the curse that held them bound. Her family's legacy was not just a tale of power and loss, but a continuing struggle that she must resolve. The next morning, cloaked in a thick woolen shawl against the persistent chill of the highland air, Elizabeth set out for the ancient standing stones that dotted a secluded hill near the manor. Her great-grandmother's diary had spoken of them not just as boundary markers or relics of a pagan past, but as focal points of ancient power, deeply connected to the rituals her ancestors had performed. The path to the stones wound through a dense copse of gnarled oaks and silver birches, their leaves whispering secrets in the early morning breeze. As she walked, the echo of the Gaelic lament from the night before haunted her, a ghostly soundtrack that seemed to emanate from the very earth beneath her feet. The standing stones themselves emerged suddenly on the crest of the hill, a circle of towering monoliths, each one cloaked in a shroud of moss and lichen weathered by centuries. The stones stood silent and imposing against the skyline, casting long shadows in the morning light. The air around them was palpably different, thicker, as if charged with an unseen energy. Drawing a deep breath, Elizabeth approached the central stone, the largest of the circle, and laid her hands upon its cold, damp surface. The rough moss beneath her fingers felt alive, almost pulsating with the heartbeat of the earth. She closed her eyes, focusing on the sensations around her, the smell of the damp earth, the sound of the wind rustling through the trees, the coolness of the stone. Then, without warning, the world shifted. Visions flooded her mind, flashes of torchlight and shadowy figures robed in dark cloaks, their faces obscured by hoods. They moved around these very stones, chanting in a language that Elizabeth felt she should not understand, yet each word resonated within her, as if remembered from a dream. The air was thick with the scent of burning herbs, and the ground beneath her seemed to pulse with energy. In the centre of the circle, a figure stood slightly apart from the others, her face lifted to the moonlight. It was her great-grandmother Isabel, younger than any portrait Elizabeth had seen, yet unmistakable in her bearing and features. Her arms were raised, and in her hands she held a small, writhing form, an animal, perhaps an unwilling participant in the ritual. The scene shifted, and the chanting grew louder, more urgent. Shadows seemed to swirl and coalesce around the stones, forming shapes that were not quite human. Elizabeth could feel the terror and the power in equal measure, a dark maelstrom that threatened to engulf her. Then, as quickly as it had come, the vision dissipated, leaving Elizabeth gasping for breath, her hands still pressed against the cold stone. The morning light seemed dimmer now, the air cooler. She stepped back from the stone, her mind reeling with the implications of what she'd just witnessed. Her ancestors had indeed consorted with forces beyond their control, binding themselves and their descendants to a dark pact. The spirits that haunted the land, the whispers in the mist, they were all tied to this place, to these stones, and to the ritual that had been performed here. With a newfound sense of urgency, Elizabeth knew what she had to do. She must delve deeper into the ancient rites described in her great-grandmother's diary, seek out the old knowledge Moira could provide, and prepare herself for what must be done when Samhain arrived. Only then could she hope to undo the dark legacy of the McGregors and free both the land and her family from the shadows that clung so tenaciously to their blood. As the day of Samhain approached, the village of Glen Coe transformed. The normally reserved and wary villagers now bustled with an energy that was both nervous and sacred. Elizabeth watched as old and young alike gathered to adorn their homes with rowan berries and ivy, traditional protections against malevolent spirits. Fires were kindled at dusk, their smoke believed to ward off evil as the veil between worlds thinned. Reluctantly, yet driven by a need to understand the full scope of her family's entanglements, Elizabeth joined the villagers at the communal hall, where preparations for the yet driven by a need to understand the full scope of her family's entanglements. Elizabeth joined the villagers at the communal hall, where preparations for the festival were underway. The hall was draped in black and orange bunting, and tables were laden with harvest foods, apples, nuts, and bannocks, specially made for the occasion. The village elder, a stooped woman named Mrs. Dougal, noticed her interest and beckoned her over. "You'll be wanting to know what this is about, I reckon," she said, her voice a crackling whisper like dry leaves. "Samhain isn't just a time for fearing the dark. It's a time for understanding it, for respecting the spirits that walk alongside us." Mrs. Dougal led Elizabeth around the hall, explaining the significance of each tradition. We carve turnips, not just to make lanterns, but to capture the spirits of those who wander freely tonight. The faces scare off those who might mean us harm, she explained as she carefully carved a grotesque face into a large turnip. At another table, children dressed in various disguises, mimicking the spirits themselves. A practice, Mrs. Dougal explained, was meant to blend in with any spirits walking the earth. If you look like 'em, they might mistake ye as one of their own, she chuckled, her eyes crinkling with mirth. Elizabeth was then shown to a small altar at the back of the hall, covered in pictures of deceased loved ones, candles flickering warmly beside each photo. Tonight, we remember them, we invite them to visit us, to assure them they're not forgotten. It's a night of reverence as much as it is one of fear, Mrs. Dougal said, her tone softening. As Elizabeth absorbed the rich tapestry of customs and beliefs, her thoughts drifted to the spirits of her own lineage, bound not by community remembrance, but by dark, forgotten pacts. She realized that the festive atmosphere masked a deeper, more complex interaction with the supernatural, one that was woven into the fabric of the village itself. That evening, as the sun set and the first of the fires were lit, Elizabeth felt a palpable shift in the air. The mist rolled in from the hills more heavily than ever, shrouding the village in a thick, opaque blanket. The orange glow of turnip lanterns flickered like ghostly lights through the fog, and the murmur of the gathering crowd took on a reverent hush. Standing beside the fire, Elizabeth felt the ancient land of Scotland pulse beneath her feet. The whispers of her ancestors seemed to blend with the chants of the villagers, a chorus of the living and the dead. She knew that tonight, the boundary between her world and the spectral world would blur, and she would need to confront the legacy her family had left her. After participating in the village's preparations and feeling the weight of the impending night, Elizabeth felt an inexorable pull to return to the manor. The house seemed different on this night. The shadows were thicker, and every creak and whisper of the wind felt laden with meaning. Driven by a sense of urgency, she explored the areas of the manor she had previously neglected. Her lantern casting eerie shadows on the peeling wallpaper and dusty tapestries. In the deepest bowels of the manor, beneath the ancient timber and stone, Elizabeth discovered a narrow door hidden behind a false panel in the library. It was cleverly concealed, easily overlooked by those not specifically searching for it. Her heart pounding with anticipation and dread, she opened the door, revealing a steep set of stairs leading down into darkness. Descending cautiously, she found herself in a small stone-walled room that reeked of damp earth and mould. The air was cool and still, as if untouched by time. In the centre of the room stood a large, ancient oak table, scattered with a variety of ritualistic objects. A silver dagger with a handle carved to resemble a twisting serpent, several crystal vials filled with substances she couldn't identify, and a large, leather-bound tome that lay open, its pages filled with meticulous notes and arcane symbols. Elizabeth approached the table, her hands trembling slightly as she touched the cool metal of the dagger. Each object seemed imbued with a palpable energy, a residue of the rituals that had been performed with them. The tome particularly drew her attention. It contained detailed records of the rituals conducted by her ancestors, including specific dates, the phases of the moon, and the names of those present. It was a meticulous log of each dark pact, each summoning and binding performed by the McGregors over generations. Among the records, she found a series of maps of the surrounding lands, with certain areas marked in red ink. These, she realized, were the locations where the most powerful rituals had been conducted, places where the veil was believed to be thinnest, sacred, and cursed in equal measure. One entry caught her eye. Dated exactly 100 years ago, it detailed a particularly desperate ritual intended to avert a catastrophe, an impending loss of the family fortune, perhaps, or a threat against their lives. The ritual was incomplete, however, the final steps obscured by a large, dark stain that marred the paper. It was this ritual, she realized, that must have sealed the family's fate, binding them to the spectral forces that now haunted the glen. Armed with this knowledge, and the chilling realization of the depth and darkness of her family's past, Elizabeth knew what she had to do. The objects on this table held the key to performing the counter-ritual Moira had spoken of, the one that might finally set her family free. She carefully gathered the objects and the tome, preparing to take them to the standing stones, the heart of her family's power and their curse. Tonight she would attempt to undo the dark legacy of the McGregors and free both the spirits bound to the land and herself from centuries of shadows. As the eve of Samhain crept closer, the manor seemed to pulse with an unseen force, the air charged with anticipation. Elizabeth had spent the last few hours before dusk arranging the ritualistic objects and poring over the ancestral records, trying to piece together the exact requirements of the counter-ritual. Exhausted, she fell into a restless sleep in the small study, the tome opened beside her on the floor. In the deep, shadowy realms of her dreams, Elizabeth found herself walking through a dense mist that blanketed the ground of the manor. The air was thick and cool, the mist swirling around her like a living entity. As she navigated through the ghostly fog, a figure gradually materialized in front of her, a woman with a strong, mournful presence, clothed in the garb of a bygone era. The woman's face, stern yet marked with a profound sadness, became clear as she approached. It was Isabel, her great-grandmother, just as she had appeared in the vision at the Standing Stones. Her eyes, filled with a mixture of sorrow and urgency, met Elizabeth's with an intensity that rooted her to the spot. Elizabeth, Isabel's voice echoed around her, soft yet firm. You have come far, my child, guided by the courage of your heart. But the darkest hour is yet upon us, and you must rise to meet it. Elizabeth felt the weight of her words, her body tense with the gravity of the moment. I don't know if I can, she confessed, her voice small against the vastness of the mist. The curse is so deep, so dark. Isabel stepped closer, her presence enveloping Elizabeth in a palpable sense of warmth and strength. You can, and you must, she implored. Our family has been bound to this curse for generations because of our fear and our mistakes. But you have the power to end it, to heal the wounds we inflicted upon the land and our lineage. The dream shifted, and they were now standing in the circle of standing stones, the air alive with the whispers of the past. Isabel pointed to each stone, explaining the symbols etched upon them, symbols that matched those in the tome. These stones are not just markers, but keys to the veil between worlds. The ritual you'll perform must unite the energy of the land with the will of the spirits seeking release, Isabel instructed. You must restore balance, Elizabeth. Use the objects. Follow the rites as I've recorded them, but remember, the true power lies not in the words or the symbols, but in the intent, in the purity of your desire to mend what was broken. As dawn approached in her dream, Isabel's figure began to fade, the mist reclaiming her form. Remember, Elizabeth, break the cycle, free us all, were her last words, echoing in the ethereal light of the dream world morning. Elizabeth awoke with a start, the first pale rays of dawn creeping through the windows of the manor. Her heart was heavy yet determined. Isabel's words etched into her mind. She knew what she needed to do. Gathering the ritualistic objects, she prepared herself mentally and spiritually for the night's task. The dream had not just been a vision, but a passing of knowledge and resolve from one generation to another. As the final light of dusk faded into the dark cloak of night, Elizabeth made her way to the circle of standing stones, her arms laden with the ritualistic objects and the ancient tome. The mist was thicker than ever, swirling around her in eddies and streams, as if the land itself was aware of the significance of this night. The stones loomed out of the darkness, ancient sentinels silhouetted against the starless sky. Arriving at the centre of the circle, Elizabeth set down her burdens and began to prepare. She placed each object at specific points around the central stone, as directed by the diagrams in the tome. The silver dagger was laid to the east to catch the first rays of the morning light. The crystal vials to the south, where the warmth of the sun held the strongest sway. The tome itself opened to the ritual page in the west, where the day gives way to night. Taking a deep breath, Elizabeth began to chant the words written in the tome, her voice steady but filled with emotion. The Gaelic words felt strange on her tongue, ancient and powerful, resonating through the air and vibrating in the stones themselves. As she spoke, the mist seemed to pulse in rhythm with her words, the air thickening and shimmering with unseen energies. Halfway through the chant, Elizabeth took the dagger and carefully drew a small line across the palm of her left hand, just enough to draw blood, letting the drops fall to the ground at the base of the central stone. She continued her incantations, now interspersing them with pleas for forgiveness and release, addressing the spirits her ancestors had wronged. As the ritual neared its climax, the atmosphere around the stones changed. The wind picked up, howling through the circle, and the mist began to coalesce into forms, shadowy figures that paced the boundary of the stones. Their features indistinct, but their presence undeniably powerful. Elizabeth could feel their eyes on her, the weight of centuries of confinement and anger directed at her through the veil. Pushing her fear aside, she raised her voice, her words cutting through the wind and mist. Spirits of the land, hear me. I, Elizabeth McGregor, descendant of those who bound you, beseech you now. Take this blood, this life force offered freely, as a sign of my commitment to right the wrongs of my line. Let the cycle be broken. Let the debt be paid. With the final words, she plunged the dagger into the earth at her feet, embedding it in the soil as a physical anchor for her plea. A sudden silence fell, the wind dying down, the mist receding slightly. The shadowy figures paused, their forms becoming more distinct, more human. They seemed to be listening, evaluating her words, her intent. After what felt like an eternity, the central figure, a tall, regal man in the garb of an ancient chieftain, stepped forward, his face, though blurred, conveyed a sense of immense age and profound sorrow. He raised his hand, and the other figures stopped their pacing, turning towards him. In a voice that echoed like the wind through the valley, he spoke. "Elizabeth McGregor, we accept your offering, your regret. The cycle is broken. Let the healing begin." With those words, the figures began to fade, dissolving into the mist until nothing remained but the night air and the circle of stones. Elizabeth, exhausted but filled with profound relief, collapsed to her knees, tears streaming down her face. She had done it. The curse was lifted. The spirits were free, and her family's legacy of darkness was ended. As she sat there, the first light of dawn began to touch the horizon. The silver dagger catching its rays and casting a gentle glow around the circle. Elizabeth knew that this was not just an ending, but a beginning. The start of a new chapter for the land, the spirits, and the McGregor line. As the dawn's first light began to illuminate the circle of standing stones, something unexpected occurred. The air around Elizabeth shimmered. The edges of reality seemed to blur and warp. The ground beneath her feet trembled lightly, as if the very earth itself was unsettled. She tried to rise, to escape the circle, but a force beyond her control held her in place. The scenery around her began to fade away, the standing stones dissolving into the mist until she stood in a completely altered version of Glen Coe. This spectral realm was both familiar and utterly alien. The hills were steeper, the sky a perpetual twilight that cast everything in shades of grey and silver. The air was thick, with a palpable sense of sorrow and pain, the cries of the tormented spirits echoing off the invisible walls of their prison. As Elizabeth regained her bearings, she noticed the spirits of her ancestors, now clearly visible. They wandered the spectral landscape, their faces etched with the agony of their eternal confinement. Each spirit seemed caught in their own moment of despair, replaying the consequences of the dark rituals that had bound them to this fate. One spirit, an elder woman with a strong resemblance to the figure of Isabel from her dreams, noticed Elizabeth's presence. Her eyes, filled with centuries of regret, met Elizabeth's with an intensity that bridged the gap between their realms. Elizabeth, she called, her voice a whisper yet carrying clearly in the strange silence of the spectral glen. You've crossed into the realm of consequences, where every action of our line has etched itself into the very fabric of this place. Here we remain, bound by darkness our greed and fear summoned. Elizabeth, overwhelmed by the sight and the revelation, responded, "I tried to end the curse, to free you all, but something went wrong. How can I make this right?" The spirit of Isabel approached, her form more solid here in this realm of shadows. The ritual was correct, but the bonds are deep, tied to the land and our very souls. You must understand the full breadth of what was done, experience our torments to truly know how to undo them. Only then can you complete what you've started. Understanding dawned on Elizabeth, a chilling realization of her path forward. She must witness and experience the legacy of her ancestors, absorb their pain and regret, to find the key to their release. You must bear witness, Elizabeth, Isabel continued, gesturing to the other spirits. Each of us holds a part of the curse, a fragment of the darkness that must be understood and healed. Walk with us, learn our stories, and carry our hopes back to the world of the living. With a deep breath, Elizabeth nodded, her resolve hardening. She followed Isabel through the spectral glen, each step taking her deeper into the history of her family's sins. The spirits shared their stories, their voices a tapestry of grief and longing. Each tale was a lesson, each confession a piece to the puzzle she needed to solve. As she listened and learned, the spectral glen began to change subtly around her, the oppressive atmosphere lightening with each spirit's unburdening. Elizabeth knew that her journey through this ghostly realm was not just a quest for her ancestors' freedom, but a pilgrimage of redemption for the entire McGregor line. In the spectral version of Glen Coe, as Elizabeth walked with the spirits of her ancestors, she absorbed their tales of regret and torment. Each story not only detailed the darkness that had enveloped her family, but also contained hidden wisdom about the nature of the bonds that tied them to this ethereal prison. With the guidance of her ancestor Isabel, Elizabeth slowly began to piece together the elements that were missing or misinterpreted in the original ritual she'd performed. Isabel explained that the ritual's symbols needed to be aligned not just with the ancestral spirits, but also with the land itself, which had been scarred by the McGregors' dark dealings. The land must be healed as much as we must be freed, Isabel murmured as they walked through a meadow that shimmered with a ghostly light. The ritual you performed began the process, but it was too focused on our release. You must now create harmony between the spirit and the earth, balance the energies that were disrupted. Empowered by this new understanding, Elizabeth spent time with each spirit, collecting small tokens and words of power that represented their individual regrets and hopes for redemption. These would serve as physical and spiritual anchors for the amended ritual. As Samhain night deepened in the spectral realm, Elizabeth felt a growing connection to the land and its history, her resolve strengthening with each step. Finally, she returned to the spectral version of the standing stones, the place where the veil between worlds was thinnest, and prepared to amend the ritual. Laying out the tokens in a circle around her, Elizabeth began to chant, weaving in the new words of power she'd learned from her ancestors. She felt the air thrum with energy as the land itself seemed to respond to her call. The spectral mist swirled more intensely, coalescing into a vortex of wind and whispers above the standing stones. In the heart of the storm, of spirit and power, Elizabeth continued her incantations, her voice clear and strong against the howling wind. She invoked the spirits of the land, asking for forgiveness for the damage her ancestors had caused and for help in restoring what had been lost. As her chant reached its climax, Elizabeth took the silver dagger, still imbued with her blood, and drove it into the ground once more. This time she spoke a final plea, not just for release, but for renewal and healing. Let this cycle of darkness end, she declared. Let the spirits be free and the land flourish once more. Accept our regrets, heal our wounds, and let us find peace. The wind suddenly stopped, the mist dissipating as if a heavy weight had been lifted from the air. The spectral figures of her ancestors began to glow with a soft light, their faces transforming from expressions of torment to those of tranquility and release. One by one, they nodded to Elizabeth, their forms fading into the dawn light that was beginning to seep into this spectral realm. Elizabeth felt a profound peace settle over her as the spectral Glen Coe began to dissolve around her, the realm fading away to reveal the standing stones in the real world, bathed in the gentle light of dawn. The land felt lighter, freed from the spectral taint. And as she looked around, she saw the first signs of new growth. Flowers blooming out of season, the air fresh and clean. Exhausted but elated, Elizabeth knew she had succeeded. She'd broken the cycle, amended the ritual, and set her ancestors free, healing both their spirits and the land itself. As the spectral world faded, and the first gentle rays of dawn filtered through the old stones, Elizabeth found herself once again in the physical realm of Glen Coe. The chill of the night was receding, and in its place, a soft warmth began to spread, the kind that promised a new beginning. The standing stones, once ominous sentinels, now seemed almost protective guardians of the glen and of the truths she had unearthed. Elizabeth stood for a moment, her hands resting on the cool stone, feeling a profound connection to the land and her ancestors. The burden of the curse was lifted, but in its place she carried a new responsibility, the stewardship of these ancient truths and the guardianship of the land's renewed spirit. Looking down, she noticed that her hands bore faint, intricate markings, patterns that mirrored the ancient symbols of the standing stones. These markings were not made by any physical means, though the spiritual imprints of her ancestral legacy, a sign of her new role as both healer and protector. These marks, visible only to her, shimmered with a faint light, a constant reminder of the night's rituals and her deep connection to the forces she'd harnessed. Walking back to the village, Elizabeth felt different. The land around her seemed more alive, vibrant with a renewed energy. Flowers bloomed out of season. The grass was greener, and the air was filled with the fresh scent of pine and earth. The villagers emerging from their homes at the break of dawn paused in their tracks as she passed. They sensed something had changed, and in her calm, serene demeanour, they found their unspoken fears and suspicions alleviated. Mrs. Dougal, the village elder, approached her, a look of cautious hope in her eyes. "The air feels different today," she remarked, her gaze sharp yet not unkind. "Did you find what you were seeking, lass?" Elizabeth nodded, her voice soft yet filled with a newfound authority. "Yes, the spirits are at peace now. The land is healed, and so are the McGregors. The cycle is broken." Word spread quickly, and soon Elizabeth was invited to share her story at the village hall. With the entire community gathered, she spoke of the curse, the spectral realm, and the rituals of atonement. Her tale, steeped in the mystic and the real, bridged the gap between old superstitions and the tangible changes they could all feel. As she spoke, Elizabeth realized that her journey had not only freed her family and healed the land, but had also woven her into the fabric of the village in a way no simple return could have. She was no longer just a descendant of the McGregors. She was a vital part of the community, a bearer of new traditions and old wisdom. In the weeks that followed, Elizabeth took up permanent residence in the manor, which she began to restore, not just as a home, but as a place of learning and a sanctuary for those who sought to understand the deeper connections between the land and its people. She established a small museum in the manor, displaying the ritualistic objects and a copy of the ancestral tome explaining their significance and the importance of respecting and preserving the balance between the human and the supernatural. As the seasons changed, Elizabeth found herself deeply rooted in the rhythms of Glen Coe, her life, a sign of the power of redemption and the enduring strength of bonds, those of family, community, and the ancient land itself. In the days following the transformational Samhain, the villagers of Glen Coe, once wary and distant, began to regard Elizabeth with a newfound respect and warmth. The tangible changes in the land, the blooming flowers, the fresh scents of the forest, the renewed vigour of the wildlife, served as undeniable proof of the curse's lifting and Elizabeth's central role in it. Elizabeth, once an outsider, carrying the burden of her family's dark legacy, found herself increasingly involved in village life. Her mornings were often spent walking the boundaries of the manor and the village, where she was greeted with friendly nods and invitations for tea. Her afternoons were occupied with plans for the manor's restoration and the establishment of a community garden on the grounds, designed to teach both young and old the importance of caring for the land. One crisp morning, as she walked through the village market, Mr. Fergus, the owner of the local apothecary, and a descendant of one of the oldest families in the glen, approached her. With a wide smile and a tip of his hat, he handed her a small bouquet of heather and rowan berries. "From the glen to its guardian," he said, his voice carrying a weight of sincerity. "You've done more than just lift a curse, lass. You've woven yourself into the heart of this community, healing more than just the land." Elizabeth accepted the bouquet, touched by the gesture. "Thank you, Mr. Fergus. It's become my home, not just by birth, but by choice." As autumn gave way to winter, the village council invited Elizabeth to lead the annual Festival of Lights, a tradition that celebrated the victory of light over darkness. Standing before the gathered community, with the ancient hills of Glen Coe silhouetted against the starlit sky, Elizabeth felt a profound connection to the cycles of nature and the histories woven into the land. Her speech that evening resonated deeply with the villagers. "We're all part of this land," she began, her voice clear and resonant. "It sustains us, holds our histories, and in return, it asks for our respect and care. Tonight, as we light these candles, let us remember the dark times, not just as a shadow to be feared, but as a lesson of the importance of balance, of giving back as much as we take." The flicker of candles lit the faces of young and old, reflecting a collective sense of unity and purpose. Elizabeth's role in ending the curse was not just about breaking the bonds of the past, but about forging new ones, bonds of community, stewardship and mutual respect. Over the next months, Elizabeth's life became deeply integrated with the village. She organized gatherings where she shared the lore of the land and the history of the McGregors, turning the dark tales into lessons of caution and wisdom. Her evenings were often spent in the company of Moira, the wise woman who had first guided her, learning more about the local herbs and ancient Celtic rituals that respected the natural world. The acceptance and respect of the villagers bestowed upon Elizabeth not just a place in their community, but a role that she cherished deeply. She was no longer the outsider with a burdensome legacy, but a beloved member of Glen Coe, a keeper of its histories and a guardian of its future. The spring returned to Glen Coe, blanketing the hills in green and the air with a scent of blooming gorse and heather. Elizabeth's commitment to her ancestral land and its community deepened. As years turned, Elizabeth's life and legacy grew deeply entwined with Glen Coe. She became as much a part of the landscape as the standing stones themselves, her influence permeating through the land and its people. The manor, once a symbol of isolation and dark secrets, now stood as a symbol of unity and enlightenment, a place where the veil was respected and protected. Her story, a blend of redemption, love for the land, and dedication to preserving a balanced harmony between all worlds, was often recounted by villagers to visitors, not just as a tale of the past, but as a living reality that continued to shape their lives. As you now drift and float, so peacefully and comfortably asleep, into slumberland. And Ellie Taylor moved through the world with the precision and patience of a seasoned photographer, her eyes constantly scanning her surroundings, much like a painter choosing the perfect strokes for her canvas. Born and raised on the fringes of Chichester, her early life was a ballet of shadows and light, playing amidst the historic architecture and expansive landscapes that characterize this corner of England. It was here, amid the silent tales, etched into ancient stone and whispered by the gentle rustle of leaves, that Ellie found her calling. She had inherited her first camera from her granddad, a battered but beloved Nikon that had seen the world through decades of change. Photography for Ellie wasn't merely a profession, but a profound means of connection, a way to touch the subtle beauty often overlooked by the bustling crowd. Her favourite time to capture this beauty was at dusk, the magical hour when the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky painted itself in hues of fiery orange and calming indigo. It was during these quiet moments that Chichester revealed its secrets to her lens. Ellie specialised in capturing the essence of Chichester's historical sites, transforming familiar scenes into realms of ethereal beauty. Her photographs of Priory Park with its robust trees and sprawling lawn, the Roman walls enclosing hints of the centuries past, and the cathedral standing so majestically against the twilight sky, had gained her a lot of local admiration and talk of acclaim beyond. Her work resonated with those who found solace in the serenity of history mingled with the transient beauty of twilight. On the evening that would lead her down an unexpected path, Ellie was particularly drawn to the solitude of Priory Park, as she adjusted the focus on her camera, framing the dying light as it kissed the ancient stones and danced upon the leaves. She was unknowingly about to capture something or someone that would change not only the course of her work, but of her very perception of the city she thought she knew intimately. And after the sun had surrendered its last embers to the encroaching night, Ellie returned home, her mind still replaying the serene scenes she'd captured. Her small studio apartment, cluttered with prints and camera equipment, was a sanctuary where she transformed her captures into art. As she uploaded this evening's work onto her computer, a cup of tea steaming beside her, Ellie was eager to revisit the tranquility of the park through her photographs. As the images flickered onto the screen, Ellie's practiced eye surveyed each frame, assessing the interplay of light and shadow, the composition, the mood captured within each pixel. Most of the photos were exactly as she expected. Still lifes of nature caught in twilight, serene, beautiful. But as she clicked through the sequence, one image made her pause, a prickling sensation of unease crawling up her spine. It was a shot of a particularly old and gnarled tree beside the entrance to the park, its branches twisting skyward like arthritic fingers. The background, dipped in the soft blues and purples of dusk. And the park was empty at such a late hour, however. Standing just beneath the sprawling canopy of the tree, just within the entrance to the park, was a figure, a shadowy outline that Ellie was certain had not been there when she took the photo. The figure was indistinct, more like a smudge than a solid form, as if it was caught in motion, or perhaps fading away even as the shutter had clicked. It was positioned in a way that suggested it was looking up at the tree, or possibly beyond, in the direction of the cathedral's spire, which could be seen silhouetted in the distance if you stood back in the park. There was something unsettling about its presence, a stark contrast to the gentle decay of day. Ellie zoomed in, trying to discern any features or clothing that could give clues to its identity. But the figure remained persistently obscure, its edges blurring into the dusk. Confusion knotted Ellie's brow as she leaned closer. The logical part of her mind suggested it could be a trick of the light, a bizarre shadow cast by the intertwining branches. Or maybe someone had simply walked into the shot unnoticed. Yet the emotional, instinctual part of her, the part honed by years of capturing images that spoke without words, shared with her that there was something more. And with a mixture of trepidation and curiosity, Ellie decided she needed to return to the park the following evening, perhaps recreating the conditions of the shot would shed light on this mystery, either dispelling the shadow as a fluke of her camera's lens, or confirming it as something far less explainable. The following evening, Ellie returned to Priory Park, armed with her camera and a simmering curiosity that overshadowed her initial unease. The air was cool and carried the faint scent of autumn, decaying leaves mixed with the crispness of approaching night. As she walked, the park slowly transitioned into its nightly guise, shadows lengthening and merging into a tapestry of dusk. Ellie stood near the old tree where she'd captured the mysterious figure. She set up her tripod in the exact spot from last night, the camera angled to replicate the previous shot. The park was quiet. The only sounds, the gentle rustle of leaves and the distant hum around the city, waiting for the right light. Ellie felt a blend of skepticism and anticipation. Part of her expected to see nothing unusual tonight, attributing yesterday's anomaly to a trick of her mind or a flaw in her equipment. And as the light waned, she took several photos, each a few minutes apart, maintaining the same settings and framing. She found that the ritualistic nature of the task was calming, and for a moment Ellie allowed herself to be absorbed in the technical aspects of her craft, aperture, focus, exposure. But as the sky darkened to the same shade of deep blue the previous night, a chill that had little to do with the evening air crept up her spine. And once back at home, Ellie uploaded the new set of images with a pounding heart. As the files loaded onto her screen, she quickly flipped through them. There, in the third image of the sequence, was the figure again. An indistinct silhouette under the tree. Its posture and location eerily identical to the night before. This time, there was no denying its presence. The figure was slightly clearer now, but still frustratingly vague. It seemed to be a person, or the impression of one, caught in a moment of stillness that was almost poignant. '. . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . There was an air of waiting about it, as if they were expecting someone or something. The realization that whatever she was capturing was not a mere trick of light, but potentially something supernatural, sent a thrill through Ellie. Fueled by a mix of fear and fascination, Ellie decided to deepen her investigation. She would need more than just her camera to unravel this mystery. The next day, she planned to visit the library to search historical records and old newspapers, anything that might tell her more about the park's history during the time periods her photos suggested. Maybe there was a forgotten event, a hidden tragedy, or an old tale tied to the very spot she'd photographed. The shadowy figure, whatever it was, had appeared in her life for a reason, and Ellie was determined to discover what it was trying to communicate. Through the lens of her camera, a door had been opened to the past, and Ellie was ready to step through it. She arrived at the Chichester Library early the next morning, her mind buzzing with theories and possibilities. Exploring the rows upon rows of books seemed like the perfect place to unearth secrets from the past. She walked through the doors, the musty scent of old paper, the hushed atmosphere, imagining herself almost stepping back in time. She spoke with a kindly librarian named Mrs. Partridge, who greeted her. She explained that she has a need to explore the history of Priory Park, perhaps during World War II. She was shown to a local history section. And looked through some archived newspapers and personal diaries from that era. Ellie started with the newspapers, scanning through the reels of those newspapers for any mention of Priory Park. And it was tedious work, but enjoyable work. Her eyes flicking back and forth as she absorbed snippets of life during the war. Finally, she found a small article dated back to 1941, discussing a community gathering in Priory Park to help to boost wartime morale. The article mentioned how the park served as a temporary haven from the harsh realities of war. A place where soldiers and local families could mix and mingle. Intrigued, Ellie turned her attention to the personal diaries. Mrs. Partridge helped her locate a collection donated by a local family, which included the diaries of a young woman who'd lived in Chichester during the war. Ellie's hands trembled slightly as she opened the faded leather cover of the first diary. The pages were filled with elegant handwriting detailing daily life under the shadow of war. She mentioned a soldier, Tom, who was a regular figure in her life, and she often wrote about their meeting at Priory Park, beneath the old tree, the very spot that Ellie had photographed. Then Ellie found a heart-wrenching entry dated late 1943. Mary wrote of receiving the news of Tom's death. He'd been killed in action overseas. Her grief was palpable, the ink smudged in places where tears had fallen. Ellie closed the diary, her heart heavy. The pieces of the puzzle were starting to fit together. The figure in her photos could be Tom, lingering in the place he associated with love and life. Or perhaps it was Mary, unable to move on from her loss. The personal connection to the park, the repeated appearances at dusk, it all made a strange kind of sense. And with a new sense of purpose, Ellie decided to delve deeper. She continued looking through the diaries and borrowed several books on local history during World War II, hoping to understand the depth of their story and the scope of their love. She felt to herself that this was no longer just a photographic anomaly. It was a window into a poignant past, which Ellie was determined to bring to light. And as Ellie delved deeper, she stumbled upon tucked away letters and an old, worn journal. This journal was rugged, its leather cover scarred with the marks of a life on the move, the kind that might belong to a soldier. The name embossed faintly on the cover was Thomas E. Whitmore. With piqued curiosity, Ellie opened it, discovering that it belonged to Tom. The first few pages contained general observations about his military life, descriptions of his comrades, the mundane routine of drills, the longing for normalcy. But as Ellie flipped through the pages, the tone shifted. Tom began to mention Chichester, the respite it offered from the chaos of war. And then Mary. His writing about Mary was vibrant, filled with youthful passion and an artist's touch, painting her in words as if she were a beacon of light in his war-darkened world. He wrote about their first meeting in Priory Park, near the old tree, which seemed to be their favourite rendezvous point. It was Mary who'd approached him, offering a smile and a sandwich as he sat alone during a rare break. This simple kindness blossomed into regular meetings where they shared stories, dreams, and fears. Ellie found herself captivated by Tom's descriptions of Mary. a laughter that echoed, the chiming of the cathedral bells, her courage in volunteering at the local hospital, and her unwavering hope for a future beyond the war. In one poignant letter, folded between the journal pages, Tom had written to Mary expressing his dreams of a future where they could walk freely in the park, not as soldier and civilian, but simply as Tom and Mary. The letter was never sent. As she read these intimate words, Ellie realized that Tom's spirit might be anchored to Priory Park by more than just memories. It was tethered by unfurled promise and a love cut tragically short. His entries grew sparse as the war dragged on, the last few noting his imminent deployment to a front line overseas, a deployment from which he would never return. Moved by the depth of Tom's affection and the tragedy of his untimely death, Ellie felt a responsibility to bring closure to this lingering sorrow. Ellie planned her next steps. She would scour the library's archives for any information on Mary, visit the locations mentioned in the diaries and letters, hoping to connect the historical dots and perhaps facilitate a peaceful resolution to this haunting love story. Ellie continued her quest for deeper understanding. She returned to the library to search for any traces of Mary's life after Tom's death. She spent hours poring over old census records, electoral rolls, newspaper clippings. Her diligence was rewarded when she found a small obituary for Mary, printed many years after the war. It was brief but touching, describing Mary as a lifelong resident of Chichester who'd been active in community events well into her old age. Most strikingly, the obituary mentioned Mary's enduring commitment to preserving the memory of those lost in the war, including a special mention of her late fiancé, Tom. Ellie's heart ached for Mary, imagining her life lived in the shadow of such loss. She wondered how many evenings Mary had spent walking the paths of Priory Park, retracing the steps of her lost love. Driven by a need to know more, Ellie visited a local historical society to see if anyone might remember Mary. There she met an elderly woman who'd been a young girl during the war and remembered Mary from community gatherings. Mary was like a part of the park, she recounted. After Tom died, she'd go there almost every day, saying it made her feel closer to him. She used to say the park was where her heart felt at peace, where she could feel Tom's presence. She mentioned that Mary had planted a tree in the park in Tom's memory, a fact that Ellie hadn't found recorded in any official documents. Ellie revisited the park, her eyes scanning for any likely tree that might have been significant to Mary. Eventually, she found a secluded spot with a mature oak that stood slightly apart from the others, its branches sprawling nobly against the sky. A small faded plaque at its base bore an inscription in memory of Thomas E. Whitmore, who gave all in the service of his country, forever in our hearts. As Ellie stood before the tree, she could feel that this wasn't just a memorial, but a symbol of Mary's unyielded love and Tom's undying presence. It was here in the park that Mary had vowed to wait for him, beneath these trees that now seemed to hold their love story within its leaves. Ellie felt an overwhelming sense of responsibility and privilege. She'd uncovered a love story that transcended time, the story of enduring devotion amidst the cruel separations of war. With her camera as her tool, she was determined to bring this tale to light, to share the beauty and tragedy of Tom and Mary's love with a world that could perhaps find some solace in its timeless message. The park, with its gently rustling trees and dancing shadows, had become more than a photographic subject. It was a sanctuary of memories where the past reached out to the present, longing for acknowledgement and peace. After her discoveries at the library and with the local historical society, Ellie was drawn even more deeply into the world of Tom and Mary. With a mixture of reverence and determination, she returned to Priory Park, camera in hand, as dusk began to paint the sky in shades of twilight. The oak tree, the memorial plaque, became the focal point of her investigation. Over the following evenings, Ellie set up her equipment at various angles around the tree, capturing a series of photographs as the light faded. She paid careful attention to the environmental conditions, noting the temperature, the wind, the exact times of her sessions, hoping to understand the patterns that might trigger the appearance of the mysterious figure. As she reviewed the images from these sessions, she began to notice a pattern in the occurrences of the shadowy figure. It always appeared at the same time, just as the sun dipped below the horizon and the first stars began to twinkle in the evening sky. The figure was consistently positioned near the tree, sometimes appearing to lean against it, as if in a state of waiting or perhaps deep contemplation. Intrigued by this discovery, Ellie decided to experiment with different photographic techniques to see if she could capture more details of the figure. She used long exposure settings. She used a full spectrum camera. She used infrared filters, hoping to pick up details unseen by the naked eye. And on one particularly clear evening, as she adjusted her camera to a new setting, she glimpsed the figure through her lens before even snapping the shot. Faint, almost translucent silhouette, illuminated by the last rays of the setting sun. Holding her breath, Ellie slowly pressed the shutter button, capturing a sequence of images. When she later examined these photos, she was surprised to see that the figure appeared more defined than ever before. It was still shadowy, but there was a discernible outline of a man, dressed in what seemed to be a military uniform. His posture relaxed, as if he were at ease in this familiar spot. She was aware that she was likely seeing Tom, or at least a manifestation of his memory, making her feel thrilled and unnerved in equal measure. She felt a profound connection to this spirit, a sense of duty to help him find peace. She wondered if he was aware of her presence, if he sensed her attempts to reach out to him through her lens. She planned a more interactive approach for her next visit, bringing a small speaker to play music from the 1940s, the kind that Tom and Mary might have danced to in their time. Perhaps the familiar music would evoke a stronger presence from the figure, or even elicit a new kind of interaction. She set up her equipment, played the soft melodies, the notes floating through the air with a haunting clarity. The sun dipped low. The park was bathed in the gentle glow of twilight. Ellie watched through her camera, her heart pounding, ready to capture whatever might come. And as light waned, she was scanning the surroundings through her lens, her eyes now attuned to the nuances of shadows and movement. The air around the tree seemed to be shimmering slightly, a subtle distortion that Ellie had come to recognize as a precursor to the figure's appearance. Holding her breath, there he was, the silhouette of Tom, more distinct than ever before. His demeanor, that of someone patiently waiting. This time, the figure wasn't merely a passive presence. As Ellie watched, it moved slowly around the tree, pausing occasionally as if listening or searching for something or someone. The figure seemed to react to the music, its movements becoming more purposeful, as though the melodies were drawing out memories or emotions from the depths of its spectral existence. compelled by a sudden impulse. Ellie spoke softly into the quiet of the evening, her voice gentle but clear. "Tom, is that you? Are you looking for Mary?" There was a pause in the air, the music continuing to play as a breeze rustled the leaves overhead. Then the figure stopped moving and seemed to turn towards her. A gesture so unmistakably human that Ellie gasped. The moment was surreal, a connection across dimensions that was both terrifying and profound. Ellie continued, her voice a mix of empathy and encouragement. "She never forgot you, Tom. She loved you until the end. She's at peace now, but she left this world still loving you." The figure stood still, its posture conveying an air of attentiveness. The air around it seemed to pulse with a quiet energy, and for a moment, Ellie felt the barriers between the past and the present thinning. A shared grief and love mingling in the twilight air. Ellie took another step, approaching the figure slowly. The camera set aside, her hands empty and open. "I don't know if you can find her where you are," she spoke softly, standing a few feet away from where the figure hovered. "But maybe, just knowing that she remembered might give you some peace. Maybe it's time for you to find rest too." The figure remained still for a long moment, and then slowly began to fade, dissolving into the dusk, until only the park and the whispers of the wind remained. Ellie stood alone by the tree. A profound silence enveloping her, a silence that felt like an answer, a release. Shaken and moved, Ellie packed up her equipment. She knew that something extraordinary had happened, something that defied easy explanation. As she left the park, the last notes of the 40s music fading into the night, she felt an overwhelming sense of closure, as if she'd been part of facilitating a long-awaited reunion or farewell. She knew that her encounters with the figure of Tom were likely over, but the story of his and Mary's love would stay with her forever, a poignant reminder of the power of love and memory to transcend even the boundaries of life and death. Invigorated by her spiritual encounter with the figure she believed to be Tom, Ellie felt a responsibility to weave together the threads of this poignant story, not only for her own understanding, but also for the community. The following day found her engaging with the older residents of Chichester, those whose roots were deeply embedded in the local history and might recall the echoes of past lives that still whispered through the streets of the city. At a local coffee shop, a favoured gathering spot for the town's elder residents, Ellie introduced herself, shared her project, careful to respect the sensitive nature of her inquiries. Her story raised interest of several people who were more than willing to contribute their memories to her tapestry of the past. One man, Mr. Harold Jennings, who'd lived in Chichester his whole life, said he remembered Mary well. He said, with his eyes distant with remembrance, that she was a fixture of the community. After the war, she threw herself into local charities, was always busy, always kind. But every evening, without fail, she walked to Priory Park and said it was her time to reflect. Another resident, a Mrs. Irene Foster, chimed in saying it was rather tragic, really, that Mary had never remarried. She wore black for a year after the war, mourning her lost Tom. And even years later, you could see her sitting on the same old bench near the tree in the park. Some say she was talking to herself, or maybe to Tom. Ellie listened, her heart heavy with the collective memory of a grief that had lingered long after the war had ended. She learned that even after Mary's passing, which occurred quietly in her sleep at a ripe old age of 92, there were sightings of a mournful figure near the tree in the park. Some dismissed these sightings as tricks of the light or the playful imagination of children. Others shared that it was Mary waiting for a reunion with Tom. With these stories, Ellie felt a deeper connection, not just as historical figures, but as enduring presences within the community. She compiled these accounts and the photos and her experiences into a comprehensive exhibit. Her goal being to celebrate not only the history of Tom and Mary, but also to acknowledge the lingering impact of their love story on the community. And as she organised the exhibit, Ellie included panels that described the wartime history of Chichester, personal stories from the residents, her own narrative of the photographic journey that led her to uncover this story, with the centerpiece being a series of images capturing the ethereal figure by the tree, each accompanied by a snippet of Tom's letters to Mary, bringing to life their enduring love. The unveiling of the exhibit was attended by a curious mix of young and old. As people moved through the exhibit, Ellie observed their reactions, some touched to tears, others quietly reflective. The story of Tom and Mary, framed by Ellie's lens and woven through with the threads of community memory, had created a space for collective remembrance and healing. And after the success of the exhibition, Ellie returned to Priory Park. While in the park, she noticed a faint shimmering outline beginning to form near the tree. The familiar presence of the shadowy figure she now believed to be Tom. The figure stood still, its posture one of calm expectation, facing Ellie as if it was aware of her presence. Compelled by a mixture of awe and courage, Ellie slowly approached the figure, a camera hanging, forgotten by her side. As she neared, the figure's form wavered slightly like a reflection on water stirred by wind, yet its presence remained strong, rooted to the spot by the tree. "Tom," Ellie whispered, stopping a few feet away. The figure seemed to acknowledge her, its head tilting slightly as if listening. "I've learned so much about you and Mary. I feel like I know you both, like you've been waiting to tell your story." The air around them pulsed gently, and Ellie felt a profound sense of peace washing over her, dispelling the last of her initial fear. It was as if Tom's spirit was communicating without words, an emotional transmission that spoke of gratitude and a deep, enduring loneliness. "I brought Mary's letters, the ones she couldn't send you," Ellie continued, her voice soft but clear. "She missed you so much, Tom. She waited for you here by this tree for as long as she could." The figure seemed to react, its form becoming more defined, as if drawing strength from her words. Then, in a moment that Ellie would later struggle to describe, a sensation like a gentle breeze passed through her, filled with emotions, longing, love, sadness, a mingling of Mary's heartache and Tom's unfulfilled yearnings. Ellie understood that Tom's spirit had lingered not out of unrest, but out of a desire to reconnect with Mary, to know she had lived a full life, even in his absence, and that she'd never forgotten him. It was as if he needed Ellie's confirmation, her witness to his story, to finally find peace. "Mary loved you till her last day," Ellie said, her voice breaking with emotion. "And she's at peace now, Tom. Maybe it's time for you to find peace, too. Maybe it's time to let go." The figure paused, light beginning to dissolve its edges. Slowly, it nodded, a gesture of understanding and acceptance. before Tom began to fade from view. And as Tom's figure disappeared, it left behind a calm, empty space by the tree. Ellie stood there for a long moment, overwhelmed by the encounter, feeling a weight lifting from the park, as if the air itself was lighter. She knew that what had kept Tom's spirit in Priory Park was now resolved, his connection with Mary acknowledged and honoured. With a profound sense of closure and a respect for the power of love and memory, Ellie packed up her equipment and headed back home. And she found that the experience in Priory Park had changed her, had imbued her work with a deeper sense of purpose and empathy. And she continued her photography, now with an enhanced sensitivity to the layers of stories hidden within every landscape, every face, every photograph. And she went on to tell many more stories through her photography, and felt herself going to bed at night, relaxing, drifting, floating so deeply, so peacefully asleep to slumberland. And the story is about a business person, and they're on a flight, as they do frequently. And while they're on this flight, as the plane takes off and rises into the sky, they settle into the flight by putting on an eye mask, putting in some headphones, shutting out all external noises, all external sight. They just have a relaxing sound playing in their ears as they begin to drift comfortably in your mind. And as they begin to drift comfortably, they start to have this feeling of walking through a forest. And as they have this feeling of walking through a forest, they start to hear the sound of each footstep, and they start to feel the feeling of each footstep, the sound and the feelings of the footstep on the leaves on the ground, on the muddy path. And they pay attention to that mud. They pay attention to what it looks like, what it sounds like, its consistency. And as they pay attention to that mud, so they drift deeper into their mind. And while they drift deeper into their mind, this forest begins to become more real to them. The forest begins to form. First other sounds of the wind blowing through the trees, of the rustling leaves, the sounds of birds, the sounds of other animals, different sounds of scurrying, of movement, of cracking twigs in the distance. And although there are these sounds, they have this feeling like this is peaceful, They think of it as being peaceful, even though there are some sounds around them. And after they have a sense of the sound, they begin to get a sense of what they can see. They start to notice from the ground out to the sides where there's more greenery. They notice the way that around the base of trees there's just more mud, some toadstools, but generally quite clear areas. And then a bit away from the trees, they notice that there's smaller plants growing in the areas where the canopy above doesn't quite block the light to the forest floor. And they notice the different shades of browns, the different colours of the bark of the trees. They can feel the slight breeze on their face. And they notice the different greens. And they imagine how those greens change as the seasons change. How the greens change to autumnal colours. And they gaze around themselves, taking in this forest. As they become more distant from that plain, and while they become more aware of the forest, so they relax deeper, and this reality becomes more real to them, and they continue walking this forest path. And in the distance they can hear a babbling stream. They start walking towards that sound. And as they near the stream, they start to smell the fresh air. That kind of fresh air that you get given off by water. And they reach the stream and they gaze down into the stream. And it's a very shallow stream, and they can see the movement on the surface and how it follows the rocks below. They can see twigs floating down the stream, and they start following that stream, following the stream towards a lake. And they walk along the edge of that stream, and they see a little family of ducks. And they slow down to admire the ducks, to watch the ducks going about their everyday business. And the ducks turn and start heading upstream. And they watch how the ducks tack across the stream so that they can start working their way up the stream. And how the parents keep an eye on the youngsters. And then they continue following that stream. And after a while they find the lake out in a clearing. And around the lake, as they look around, they notice the blue sky above. They notice any clouds. They notice the time of day. They notice the forest circling around that lake. And they go and sit down on the side next to the lake, listening to the water of the lake lapping gently on the shore, gazing out and relaxing, feeling the warmth of the sun, smelling the fresh air as it blows gently off the top of the lake. hearing the rustling leaves of the forest in the background, the sounds of birds, and seeing some deer across the other side of the lake, and looking around and seeing what else you notice. And they decide to rest here for a while, and while they rest here for a while, they feel themselves drifting and dreaming into a reverie as they relax. And while they relax, they start to hear the voice of a child. And they look around and they see in the distance a child playing by the lake. And as the sun's beginning to set, they stand up and they walk around the lake. They walk over to that child and they ask the child what they're doing. And the child says they're just playing by the lake. They ask where their parents are. And the child says they don't have any parents. They live here. And as the sun's setting, the person decides to set up a little camp and asks the child if they want to join them. And the person sets up a little campfire, a tent, and cooks up some food for each other. And the two of them sit and eat the food, and the person asks about what the child is doing here, how the child survived. And the child explains there's plenty here to survive on. And they occupy themselves. They play by day and sleep by night. And they don't see company. They don't see other people. This person is the first person they've seen in a long time. And the child explains that they appeared here one day. They were sat somewhere in a library, reading a book. And while they were reading, they started imagining things and drifting off in their imagination. And the next minute they found themselves here. And they didn't know where here was. And they've never seen their parents since. And they said that in the book they were reading, it said about a dragon, a wise dragon that lives in a palace on a faraway planet. And that dragon can show them the way home. But he didn't know how to find that dragon, so he remained here. He felt safe and comfortable here at this lake. Able to relax by day and play and sleep at night. And there was plenty around to eat. And he learned a lot of skills. And the person thought they're going to help this child. See if they can help this child get home. Because they know that they can get home just by thinking about waking up. They don't know why the child can't just think about waking up and get home, or why they seem to have this shared experience. And then as the sun finally sets fully over the horizon, and the moon rises in the sky, the two of them fall asleep. And as they fall asleep, so the campfire burns down to embers, emitting a gentle warmth, and the sounds around them change from the day sounds to the night sounds as they relax deeper and drift comfortably asleep. And the next day the person tells the child that they're going to go and try and find this dragon. They didn't know if there was any kind of a clue, and they were told that the only clue is that you've got to search in daylight and find the waterfall. And they didn't know what this meant, but they thought it's a start. So they left the child, walked around the lake, and continued following the stream back into the woods out the other side of the lake. And as they followed the stream, so the sounds dimmed as they walked deeper into the forest again. And while they walked deeper into the forest, they became aware of the change of sounds again, aware of the way that light danced and shimmered in front of them, as it shone down through the canopy above, the way it created rays of light, as it lit up pollen and dust in the air. And everything felt so peaceful and calm. And they were curious how they were going to help this child. But they thought if they're looking for a waterfall, following the stream is probably the best place to start. And so they followed this stream deeper into the forest, so deep into the forest that they couldn't see where they came from, and the stream wound left and right. And they continued following that stream. Occasionally they'd hear splashes of birds dive bombing into the stream, catching small fish. They would catch glimpses of other animals drinking from the stream, and glimpses of animals through the trees. But the animals kept their distance. They could hear the sounds of birds, and hear other forest sounds. And they occasionally ran their fingers along the bark of the trees and listened to the sounds of their footsteps, and a feeling of walking alone through this forest, curious how they'll help the child. And they walked deeper and deeper, and they could sense that the day was moving on, that it had probably passed the middle of the day and the sun would be setting soon. They continued to walk until they eventually found another clearing. And at this clearing, they gazed out and saw that they were now on a bit of a slope. And that the stream had begun to widen. And because it's on more of a slope, the stream was now travelling faster. And was louder than before. And there was more white water as the stream worked its way over and around rocks. So they followed this widening stream across the clearing. They could see what time of day it was, and that the sun was beginning to set. So they decided to stop at the far side of the clearing. Encamp there for the night, and they'd carry on their journey in the morning. They cooked themselves some food. They lay back in a makeshift tent, gazing up at the sky, watching the way stars twinkled, watching shooting stars pass across the sky, having this feeling like they could hear them crackling as they flew past. And even having a feeling like they could smell them, a slightly sulphur smell. And as they gazed up at the sky, so they drift comfortably asleep. And the next morning, they packed up and carried on their journey into the woods. And they continued walking deeper and deeper. They were aware that the ground was sloping down even more now. The water was speeding up faster. And after a few hours of walking, they could hear this roar gradually appearing in the distance. And the roar got louder and louder as they walked closer and closer, until eventually they came out of the other side of the forest and found themselves atop a cliff, looking down a long drop. And as they looked down that long drop, they could see the stream they've been following pouring down as a waterfall, and they could see other streams from other places in the forest in a large arc, all falling down in their own waterfalls. And they climbed down the side of the waterfall. They could feel the spray of the water on their face. They could hear that waterfall pouring down to a giant lake below. They walked all the way down, climbed all the way down, and reached the base. Walked part way round the lake so they could step back and have a look at the different waterfalls. They wondered whether these were the waterfalls they were supposed to find. They looked at the different waterfalls. And they could see that the sun was shining into this area, and that the shadow as the sun moved across the sky was moving across the land. And they just sat and watched, wondering what it is they're supposed to learn. Just sat there with patience, being sure that when they saw it or learned it, it would just stand out to them. And they watched as the sun moved around and the light passed across the different waterfalls. And then at one of the waterfalls, as the light reached it, it created this beautiful rainbow in the spray. And from their perspective, they noticed the rainbow was a circle. And that it seemed to shimmer in the middle. And they had this feeling that somehow this was the sign. And they jumped in the water and they swam across the lake towards that waterfall. Coming out of the water, near to the waterfall. And they could still see that rainbow. And they climbed up to where the rainbow was. And they noticed that there was a cave behind that waterfall. And they walked into the cave, noticing how the sounds changed to this watery, echoey sound as the sound of the waterfall reverberated around the cave wall. And they started walking deeper into the cave, and as they walked deeper into the cave, they noticed how the light from the sun was somehow reflecting around the cave off of crystals within this cave, lighting up the interior of the cave. And they were sure this would only last a while, just while the sun is in the right position. So they walked deeper into the cave. They could hear dripping water as the rumble of water behind them faded the deeper they walked. And after a while of walking, they heard a slight hum. And they continued walking, and the more they walked, the louder the hum got. And after a while, they could see the back cave wall was shimmering slightly. It looked like solid rock, but it also looked like it was shimmering, like it was slightly out of focus. And they rubbed their eyes, and they tried to focus their eyes, but nothing they did seemed to bring that cave wall into focus. It just continued to shimmer slightly. They walked closer to it, and then reached out with their hand to touch the wall, and found their hand went straight through the wall. And as the hand went through the wall, so the humming got slightly louder. They could feel their heart racing slightly more. They started breathing in a calm way. Breathing in, counting to 7, and breathing out, counting to 11, to help themselves to trigger the relaxation response. And the more they relaxed, the calmer they became, until the breathing was just happening automatically in that calm way. And they then walked forward, keeping their arm outstretched, and they saw their arm disappearing through the cave wall. And then they stepped forward and watched as their foot and their leg went through the cave wall. And the humming got louder the more of them was through the wall. And then they followed their arm and their leg, passing themselves fully through that cave wall. And they found themselves in what looked like a cave, facing out towards the exit of the cave. And it looked like it was night time. And so they continued walking forward. They exited the cave. They looked up at the night sky and they could see the most beautiful nebula stretched across the sky, the most beautiful colours, bright stars, 2 moons, and none of it looked like they were used to. And they were very quickly aware this wasn't the Earth. This wasn't where they came from. And so, because it was night time, they decided to just stay still, just stay put for a while. They set up a camp, and they just watched and waited, watching how the moons moved across the sky, watching the way the stars moved across the sky, until eventually they watched as the sun began to rise. And as the sun began to rise, so they noticed off in the distance a glint of light, that the sun was shining on something highly reflective. And they wondered whether that was where they had to head next. And as the sun rose, it revealed more of this land. And the land looked familiar yet different. There was greenery, there was sounds like animals, there was different colours of plants, but none of it was what they'd seen before. And everything was slender and taller. And as they started walking, they found that they just felt that little bit lighter, a little more bounce in their step. And they realised this planet must be smaller, or at least have less mass. And just moving around felt easier. And they started walking in the direction of that glint of light. And as they walked across open meadow, admiring the different plants and animals they could see, different insects, and recognizing how they have a familiar feel to them, yet none of them looked like they'd seen before. And then they passed into a forest and walked deeper into that forest, trying to keep in direction with where they were heading. And after quite some time of walking, they found themselves coming out the other side of the forest and back to a clearing. And they could see that there were hills leading up to some mountains. They climbed the hills and walked over the hills. And they could see that up in the mountains was what looked like a crystal palace. It was all spiky and very tall. They continued in the direction of that palace. They assumed that palace must be what they're searching for. And they climbed the hills and went over the hills, and they started to climb the mountain. And they found climbing the mountain much easier than they imagined it would be. And as they climbed higher and higher, so they were aware of the temperature changing and getting a bit colder. And it wasn't uncomfortably cold, but they were aware that it was a bit colder as they climbed into the mountains. And after some trek, they finally reached that palace. And they just had to cross what looked like a crystal bridge to the entrance to the palace. They crossed that bridge. They knocked on the entrance to the palace, and they could hear their knock reverberate around the inside of the palace, as if somehow their small little sound of a knock was amplified by the door and by the structure. And after a few moments, the door creaked and swung open, and they walked in to that palace. And the palace appeared to be empty, and they walked around the palace, looking around, looking how high the ceiling was, how large these rooms were, how empty everything seemed. And in the distance they could hear the sound of deep breathing. And that breathing sounded really powerful. And they walked through from one room to another, before eventually entering a room with a huge dragon just resting there. And as they entered, the dragon rose its head. And then, on seeing the person, rose to its feet and towered over him. And as the dragon towered over them, it let out a burst of fire up into the air, followed by another and another, as if to clear its throat, before looking down at the person and asking why they've come in a deep, booming voice, who they are, where they're from. And the person felt perfectly fine and safe, felt there was something trusting about this dragon. And the person explained about meeting this child, and how this child had been reading a book in a library, and then found themselves next to a lake, and how they'd met this child next to that lake, but they're sure they can just wake up if they choose, but this child doesn't seem to be able to, and that the child had read something about needing to find a dragon in a palace on a planet, and so here they are. And the dragon told them they had to go through to a room out the back, to the library of the palace, and that they would find a book on a shelf, and they would know when they see it. It would be in the most beautiful golden cover that just seems to shine and reflect as if it's just as new as it's been created today, yet it's thousands of years old. And that they're to take that book and that in that book the child is to read one of the chapters, and reading that chapter will end the story for them, and as their story ends, so they will wake up back in the library as if no time has passed. The person thanks the dragon, walks all the way to the library and sees this vast library with tens of thousands of books. And they look around all the walls, until they see a book that seems to jump out at them, something that just seems to shine and sparkle. And they go over to it, take this huge book off the shelf, and carry it out of the library, back to the room with the dragon. They ask that dragon about the library, about who they are and what they're doing here. And the dragon explains that they're the guardian of the 9 realms, and that to be the guardian of the 9 realms, they need to have all the knowledge of the 9 realms, and that that one library is one of the libraries containing all the knowledge. And that what the child and what they were in is one of those 9 realms. And the person asked about the book. How does the book work? How's the book going to get back here if we take it from this library? And the dragon said the books always find their way home when they're no longer needed. They're always stored in the right place for when they are needed. The dragon explained that all the libraries are like a brain. They contain all this knowledge, and they continually get larger and larger, with more books and more knowledge. And no knowledge is ever lost from the library. Not all knowledge gets looked at all the time, but no knowledge is ever lost. Any knowledge that gets taken from the library always finds its way back to where it came from. And the person didn't really understand, but thanked the dragon for their help. And the dragon dropped back to the ground with a massive thud, took a deep breath, rested its head and closed its eyes as if it was falling asleep again. And the person asked, "Why do you just sleep? Do you not do anything else?" And the dragon said in a sleepy voice, "They're not sleeping. They have to drift into a state that allows them to open up their consciousness to monitor the 9 realms. And they connect their consciousness through all the realms, and they can see all, hear all, sense all, feel all, and know everything about those 9 realms. And they close their eyes, and seemed to drift away from here. As the person took the book, turned and left the palace, and they found their way back down the mountain, and they noticed that now the sun for this planet was setting, and they went down the mountain, went to the meadows, crossed the meadow and found their way back to that cave. And they decided they would camp here for the night before going through the cave. They thought it'd be interesting to camp on an alien planet. And they'd now been awake for a while, so they were ready to fall asleep comfortably. And so they watched as the sun set, as the two moons rose, as the nebula and all the stars appeared brightly in the sky. And they watched and admired the uniqueness, the novelty of the experience of seeing a world never seen before, wondering whether they would ever visit here again, wondering whether the real Earth that they're asleep in is one of the 9 realms, or if all of this is just one big dream. Or whether this place is separate from all those 9 realms, and maybe there's other caves like this one that lead to the different realms. They had so many thoughts, so much curiosity that filled their mind as they drifted comfortably asleep. And then after sleeping for a number of hours, they awoke feeling refreshed, revitalized, full of energy. They packed away, picked up the book, walked through the cave, walked through the wall at the back of the cave, walked through the cave in the back of the waterfall, and found their way out of the waterfall, back down to the lake. They didn't want to get the book wet, so this time they carefully worked their way around the edge. They had to pass under a few waterfalls as they did so. They just covered the book and wrapped it up while they passed under the waterfalls. But they were sure the book would have got more wet if they tried swimming with it. And then they found their way back to the waterfall that they'd initially climbed down the side of. And they climbed up that waterfall and found their way back through the forest, back to the first clearing. And they crossed that clearing and then through the second bit of forest, following the stream the whole time, until eventually they found their way back to the lake. And back at the lake they could see in the distance the child was playing and going into the water and splashing around. And they went back to that child. And they explained to the child the journey they'd just been on. And the child said about how they'd been gone for what felt like weeks. And yet to the person it felt like they'd only been gone perhaps a day, maybe 2 at the most. and they explain to the child about the book, and about how once the child reads the chapter in the book, that's the end chapter of the book, and then closes the book, so they'll find themselves back in the library, as if no time has elapsed at all. And so the child read that last chapter all the way through to where it said the end. They looked up at the person and smiled. The person wondered what that chapter said. The child closed the book and then seemed to dematerialize in front of them. And the child appeared back in the library, noticing how their hands were closing the book, that they'd started reading in this library what felt like so long ago. And all that experience suddenly felt like a bit of a dream, as they were now faced with being in a library, as if that entire period of time hadn't happened. And they stood up and went off to find their parent. And the person watched that child dematerialize, hoping the child will be fine, and noticing how just after the child dematerialized, so the book began to dematerialize too. And they hadn't had an opportunity to open the book themselves. They hadn't thought to do it sooner. And they hadn't had an opportunity to see what that chapter said. And they watched the book dematerialize. And they then just sat in their makeshift tent by a campfire, thinking about how everything's back to normal. Their experience is back to how it normally is, that they drift off in a reverie when they make journeys. And they come to this place, they gaze out over this lake, they enjoy some time camping, enjoying being in nature. And they just drifted comfortably and relaxed, asleep. And you can have a sense of finding yourself walking through a museum. And as you walk through that museum, so you can hear the way that your footsteps echo off the walls. You can hear doors being opened and closing, and the way the sounds of the doors echo through the corridor and down into each room in the museum. And while you walk around the museum, so you notice that everyone is beginning to leave, that the museum is beginning to close for the night. And you're here to keep an eye on the paintings, the statues, when everyone's gone home. And so you walk around checking that everyone's leaving the museum. And while you walk around, you notice different statues, different paintings, large paintings, smaller paintings. You hear the different doors being closed, as different rooms are empty of people, until eventually all the customers have left. And then the other staff leave, and leave you to keep an eye on the museum yourself. And after the last person has left and the front door has been closed, so you go and sit down somewhere in one of the rooms. And the idea is that you'll sit down in a room, and then every 15 to 20 minutes you'll stand up, you'll walk to another room and sit down there for a while, and just doing the rounds so that you're in each room as the night goes on, being still, being able to listen in case there's any sounds in the museum. And as you sit in one of the rooms, so you hear some sounds, and you decide to go and investigate. And what you find in one of the rooms is a sound of tribal drums. And you can't figure out where that sound is coming from. And then you notice that some of the statues start to come alive. And then one of the statues comes over to you. And you're a little surprised by this. And the statue comes over to you and says that your help is needed. That you need to find a lost gem. A gem that belongs in one of the statues in the museum. And that until that gem is placed back in the statue, things can't settle. And you don't really understand exactly why or what they mean. But the way that they describe this makes you think you've got to go and help in some way. And you think it's got to be more exciting than just sitting in one room or another on your own in silence. So you ask what it is you need to do. And the statue looks over at a painting, and you walk over to that painting. And as you get to that painting, you gaze into it. And you notice how large that painting is, that the painting is taller than you are and at least twice as wide. And you gaze into that painting, and you can see it's a painting of a volcanic island. A volcanic island containing a forest. And so you don't really know what you're supposed to do. And you notice there seems to be something unusual about this painting. There seems to be a slight shimmer to the painting. So you reach out with your hand and you gently put your fingertips onto the painting. And as you put your fingertips onto the painting, so your hand starts to go through the canvas. And it feels like your hand is gently lowering into some cool water. You can feel the surface tension around your fingers, and you can feel that moving up your fingers to your palm of your hand. And then as you keep putting your hand in, you can feel it moving to your wrist, and then slowly tickling and tingling as it moves up your arm as you push your hand into the painting. And after your arm is in the painting, so you step in and follow it, and you find yourself in that painting on the volcanic island. And you can hear a thunderstorm start to rage. Hear lashes of rain. And you start to get soaking wet. So you run into the forest. And as you run into the forest, so you notice how the rain changes. You can now hear that rain falling on the leaves above you. Hear it bouncing on those leaves. Hear the thwap sound as each large raindrop hits the large leaves. And you're relatively dry inside this forest, with such dense forest around you. And you can hear the rumble of thunder and notice shards of light appear from above as the thunder rolls and lightning flashes. And you walk through this forest. And you feel lucky that it's quite warm here as you walk further and further into the forest. And you start to dry off while being protected from that rain, protected from the raging storm. And you continue walking further through the forest. You don't yet know what you're looking for, how you're going to find this gem, where this gem is. And as you continue walking through the forest, so from time to time you reach out and touch the bark of trees, feel that at your fingertips. You can feel the thud of each footstep on the ground, the dull thud, as the sound gets absorbed by all the woodland. You can hear that storm above, hear that heavy rain on the leaves. And you continue walking deeper and deeper. And as you continue walking, you don't know where you're going. There just seems to be a bit more of a path on the route that you're taking. And you recall what this picture looked like before you stepped into it. And so you try to recall that in your mind, almost like a map, trying to work out where you must have appeared and where you must be now. You know that you're on a volcanic island. You're currently not walking uphill or downhill. So you know you're not walking up towards the center of the island or down directly towards the coast. You must be walking across the island, which means at some point you'll start walking down. But for now, you're just walking through the forest. And after some time of walking through the forest, you start to hear a bit more wind coming from in front of you. And you realize you must be approaching the edge of the forest. And although most of the rain isn't making its way to you and isn't falling on you, is being blocked by the canopy above you. You're aware that when you get out the other side, you're going to need to keep dry. So what you start doing is collecting some of the big leaves around you you start collecting some larger bits of wood. And on some trees they have bark which you can cut at the top, and then you can peel it off in strips, almost like rope. And so you do that and get yourself a load of strips of bark. Then as you approach the far side of the forest, and you start to see some light again, and you know that it's very dark because of the storm, and yet there's some light because above the storm the sun hasn't set yet. And so you clear the forest, walking back out into the storm. You see that you're near the edge of a cliff. And so you decide to set up a camp here. You need to set something up that can just keep you dry and protected. You decide you'll continue your search when the storm has passed. So you make a pyramid with the larger bits of wood. You tie it all into place. With the bits of bark. You weave in the leaves, tie some of them into place, creating a watertight shelter. You place some of the other leaves inside, and then you crawl inside your shelter and relax down. And while you relax down, so the storm rages on. You can see the clouds light up with lightning. You can hear the rumble of thunder and hear the large raindrops hitting the ground around you, hitting your makeshift tent. And now you're in the dry. And sitting down, you feel so relaxed. You find the sounds calming, relaxing. You find that they're peaceful. They make your mind just want to drift and wander. And from where you are, you're looking out off a cliff, over the sea. And you can see that the sea's quite rough at the moment. Much of it's clouded by the falling rain. And so while you sit in your makeshift tent, your eyes begin to close. And as your eyes begin to close, so your mind starts to drift and dream. And you drift and dream and float back through time in your mind. And you start to have this sense of almost being like a bird, of just flying over the ocean, seeing this clear blue sea, seeing comfortable rolling waves. And you drift back through time, and you have a sense of wonder about this island you're on, what was the island like before it was an island? How did it become this volcanic island? And drifting and floating through time, you have this sense of under the water, deep down, a volcano is gently erupting, lava is spewing out, crackling and popping as it reacts with the water, glowing red in the deep blue sea. As it gradually builds up this island from deep under the ocean, building this island up higher and higher towards the surface. And you watch in your mind's eye as that continues at a steady pace. And then occasionally a larger eruption happens under the sea, and the island gets a growth spurt. And then, after thousands of years, the island begins to get nearer to the surface. And gradually the whole time, the land over the magma is shifting slightly, and the island is gently elongating. Until eventually one day, the tiniest island appeared above the waves, initially just creating some ripples on the surface, where it was just below the surface most of the time. And only at low tide would it be just above the surface. Until one day there was this tiny island. And then the volcano continued erupting and grew to a 1 meter square island, 2 meter square island, 4 meter square island, 8 meter square island, 16 meter square island. And it started growing exponentially, while the whole time the island was moving, while the magma was remaining in the same place. And after a while, there was this huge black island above the surface of the water, with nothing but black rock. And then as time continued on, so the Earth's plates continued to move, and so the magma was creating other islands elsewhere, and no longer creating this island. And then, as thousands of years continued to pass, occasional seeds blown in the breeze around the earth would find themselves caught on the island. And then one day, thousands and thousands of years ago, the tiniest little sprout of green started growing on the island, followed by another and another, until the island started turning from black to green. And then as even more time passed, little sprouts of trees started springing up. And then these trees started growing taller and taller, and over hundreds of years they grew into tall forests encircling the volcanic island, and the water crashed against the island, creating areas of beaches and other areas of cliffs. And then as thousands of years continued, some life would find its way to the island, floating on branches and leaves from other places, and the occasional lost bird landing and making the island their home. And some would survive and find others and then create more, and others would be the only one of their kind, would make the island their home for their life. And then, as thousands and thousands of years passed, trees and plants, multiple generations of life exist on the island and have existed on the island. And you float around and drift around like a bird in the sky, finding it fascinating looking down on this island, watching the evolution of this island from when it was just forming on the bottom of the ocean, watching as it grew up taller and taller, broke the surface of the ocean, and became an island that you see now, that you recognize as being like the island you're currently camping on. And your mind drifts, wanders, sees the island in the most beautiful calm sea, with the most beautiful sky. As your attention then draws back to the fact you're in a tent, you're in a makeshift tent on the edge of a cliff, gazing out over the ocean, with the storm raging around you. And you look out of the tent, you see the thick rain falling in front of you. You hear the sound of the rain on your makeshift tent. You can see the rough sea, and the lighting and darkening of the clouds as lightning rumbles through the sky. And as you continue to watch, so you notice how that rumbling thunder, how that storm seems to be weakening. And you can then see the way that rain is falling over the ocean and no longer falling over you. And as you continue watching, so you watch as that storm moves further out to sea, as that storm passes by towards the horizon. And you watch the way the lightning dances in the clouds, makes the tops of the clouds glow and flash and flicker, before a low rumbling of thunder reaches your ears. You notice how the sea below you appears to be calming as that storm moves further away. And after some time, you notice the storm has moved far enough away. You can see some cloudless sky. You can notice the red hue to the sky, and you know that somewhere behind that storm a sun is setting as you watch that red hue dimming down And you sit there gazing out to sea, watching that storm at night, until eventually the rumbles get so quiet you can barely make them out, and yet you can still see on the horizon the way that storm in those clouds high up into the air has lightning dancing, flashing and flickering, making those clouds glow with white light, almost like a light machine in a party, flickering that white light through those clouds. And as hours continue to pass, so that storm gets more distant, until you can see that it's almost entirely over the horizon. And you can see at the same time the sun is almost entirely set. There's just the faintest orange glow on the horizon. And as the sun sets over the horizon and the storm passes by, the sky ends up a cloudless sky. The air smells so fresh and clean and clear. You can start to hear sounds around you of wildlife in the forest. So relaxing. And you start gazing up at that sky, gazing up at all the stars, seeing more appear as the light disappears, seeing more appear as your eyes begin to get used to the dark. And you just gaze up comfortably in awe at the sky, feeling a sense of how small you are when looking at such a blanket of beauty. And as you gaze up at that sky, you notice there's a meteor shower happening. You start to see streaks of light flashing across the sky in all directions, looking like they're coming from the constellation of Leo. And you watch as that happens from that constellation. And as you watch those meteors flashing across the sky, you feel like you can hear them fizzing and popping. And you know it must be in your mind, because you know there's no time for the sound to have reached your ears yet, because they'd be burning up high in the atmosphere. And yet you have this feeling like you can hear them fizzing and popping. You notice some of them are slightly different colours to white. You even have this sense like you can smell the meteorites, as if they're landing near you. Almost like the smell of a sparkler. But again, you know that just must be in your mind, because of how intensely focused you are on the beauty of this, how dark it is getting here. And while it's getting darker and darker here, so you realise you can see the stars, meteors, clearer than you ever could before in your life. And you get so drawn in to the experience, you almost forget that you actually stepped into a painting. And this is all taking place inside a painting, because you should be in the museum, and yet this all feels so real to you. Almost like this is real. It all feels so real to you. It doesn't feel like you're in a painting. Not that you'd know what being in a painting would feel like. And so, as you continue to gaze up at the sky, gaze over the sea, which now looks jet black, you decide it's time to close your eyes, rest for the night. You'll try and find the gem in the morning. So you take a moment to settle down in your makeshift tent. You close your eyes and you fall asleep. And while you sleep, you start to hear the sound of water being pushed aside, like oars pushing through water. And you feel so comfortable. You feel like you're resting and sleeping in that early morning dozy state where you can feel asleep and yet feel awake at the same time. And you feel so relaxed, and then you start to feel the warmth of the sun on your face. So you just listen to that water around you, just the subtle, slightest lapping of the water around you, feeling of the warmth of the sun on you, the pushing sound of the water, almost like oars gently pushing through water. And then after a few moments, you start to come round and you start to open your eyes and you realize you've been sleeping on the back of a giant turtle. And you feel perfectly fine and calm and curious. And you start looking around you. And in every direction, all you see is the smoothest, most beautiful, turquoisey blue water that leads to a turquoisey blue sky. And the colour of the water and the colour of the sky are so similar. You can't tell the difference between the water and the sky. You can't see where the horizon is. You can't see where the water ends and where the sky begins. And you look in front of you and you look all around you. You look behind you. And you can feel that turtle beneath you, the smoothness of its shell, as it continues to swim through the ocean. And as it swims, so it could almost be staying stationary because nothing around you changes. You can't see anything you're heading toward or anything you're heading away from. You can't see anything to the left or the right of you or anywhere else around you. You're just surrounded by the most perfect blue. And then after a while, the turtle lowers its head and starts to dive beneath the surface of the water. As you dive beneath the surface of the water on the turtle's back, and you hold on as it dives, and you notice straight away that you can breathe underwater just as easily as you can on the surface, and that the turtle is breathing just as easily as it does on the surface. And you can hear bubbles of air with each out-breath coming from you, coming from the turtle. You can feel the water on you as you push through that water, diving deeper and deeper. And as you dive deeper, so the bottom of the ocean begins to come into view, and you can see fish just going about their everyday lives. You can see the way that seaweed is swaying and moving under the surface of the water. And you don't know where you're diving to. All you know is you seem to be diving deeper and deeper. And then after some time diving deeper and deeper, the turtle levels off and starts to follow what looks almost like a path of pure white sand between two cliffs. And it's a very wide path. And after a while, two mermaids appear either side, as if to escort you somewhere. And they're swimming along silently either side of the turtle. As you swim on that turtle's back, following this path, unsure exactly where you're going, just feeling curious about the experience. And then after you turn a couple of corners, so the sides give way to an open plain of white sand. White sand that appears to have waves built into it, that has ripples across that sand. And off in the distance, you see what looks like a crystal palace. And you notice that the turtle is swimming towards that palace. And that these mermaids are escorting you towards this palace. And all the fish go about their lives, but move out your way as you're heading towards that palace. And then after a while, you find yourself entering into the palace entrance. And you follow a long corridor, being escorted by these mermaids. And at the end of a long corridor is a huge door. And two mer people open the door, stand aside, as the mermaids and the turtle and yourself pass through into a huge chamber. The high ceiling, chandeliers, light glistening and reflecting everywhere. Mer people standing down both sides. And what looks like a king and queen on thrones. And the turtle lands on the ground, lowers its head. The mermaids swim off and join the other people. You climb off the turtle's back. You walk your way through the water, finding it so easy and effortless to walk through the water, finding it easier than you expected. And you walk through the water and stand in front of the king and queen. And they tell you that what you seek is deep in the valley, at the end of a cave. and only a 2 legs can find it. And you don't know what this means, but you're sure this must be something to do with what you're searching for. They say to return after you've got what you seek. So you go back to the turtle, climb back onto the turtle's shell. The turtle raises its head, moves its fins, pushing off the ground, turning around, swimming back out of the chamber, down the corridor, and out of the palace. And the turtle swims around the outside of the palace and starts swimming along behind the palace, away from the palace, further and further, until eventually there appears to be a cliff, and the turtle dives straight down into that cliff, going deeper and deeper under the surface of the ocean, swimming down deeper and further and deeper, as the water gets darker and darker. And you notice as you're swimming down deeper and further how everything seems to get quieter. How it's interesting that time seems to almost stand still underwater. Everything seems to be in slow motion. You swim down deeper and deeper. And after some time, you find that you can barely see in front of you. And then you notice that there's some ground approaching. And then the turtle follows that ground and swims along and finds the entrance to a cave. And you realize you can barely see now. There's no way you're going to be able to see in the cave. And you start to focus on the solution that you want. That you want some light. You want to be able to see inside the cave. You start focusing on that solution. You focus on what it is you want. And as you're focusing on what it is you want, so you find that you can see little green lights starting to flicker all around you, getting closer and brighter and brighter and closer. You notice a shoal of fish starts to form around you and the turtle, below you, above you, to the left, to the right, behind you, of bioluminescent fish. And they're swimming on the spot all around you, lighting up where you are, almost turning the whole of you into a giant torch. And then you think about going into the cave, and the turtle starts into the cave. And as the turtle does, so the fish keep pace with you and swim in with you, and you notice the green glow of the fish on the walls of the cave, on the floor of the cave, roof of the cave, swimming into that cave. And you swim deeper and deeper into that cave, further and further, unsure what you're going to discover. Swimming deeper and deeper, further and further. And then you start to notice something in front of you. It looks like off in the distance is a wooden door, and you arrive at that wooden door. You get off of the turtle. You knock on the door and hear that underwater knock. You then knock in another location. You try and find a way through the door. You can't find any easy, obvious way. And then you see on the ground 2 marks that almost look like footprints. And so you put 1 foot on one mark, 1 foot on another mark. Nothing happens. And you bounce around a bit and still nothing happens. And then you see a mark on the wall on one side and the other side. And you reach out and you put your hands on those marks. And you push in all 4 directions at the same time, pushing down with both legs and pushing on the wall with both hands. And then you hear a clunk, and notice how that wooden door slides aside. And you enter through the wooden door and find yourself inside a large chamber. And in the center of that chamber, you see a gem, and you notice the way that light seems to be coming from somewhere, almost like light is perhaps channeled from the surface, somehow through the cave, into beams straight on to that gem. And you see the way that gem is lit up by those beams of light, and you walk over to that pedestal. You pick the gem up off the pedestal and notice it's the most beautiful gem you've ever seen. And you feel that in your fingers and in the palm of your hand. You feel the weight of that. You roll it around in your fingers gently and slowly. And as you do so, the pedestal starts lowering down into the ground. You can hear the rumble of rock as the pedestal lowers, and as you notice a little chamber at the back opening up as a rock door slides aside. And so you walk to the back of the chamber and you find a scroll, and you pick up that scroll and decide to take the scroll and the gem back with you. And you head back and you get back on the turtle and you start to swim out of the cave with all those fish surrounding you. You swim out of the cave, and when you get outside the cave, the fish start following you up through the darkness. And when you reach a point where the light allows you to start seeing more, the fish disperse and swim away, and the turtle continues swimming up and then around and heads round to the entrance to the palace. And it swims its way into the palace, swims back to the main room, lands on the ground. And you walk to the king and queen and you say you found the gem, and they say you can keep the gem. And you say you also found this scroll, and they tell you it's a scroll that they've known the existence of but have never been able to get, and yet it's a scroll that can maintain peace across the land. And you hand over the scroll and they thank you for that. And they know that the knowledge, the wisdom can be taught to the people of the land, taught far and wide to bring peace and comfort. And you walk back to the turtle, climb back on the turtle and swim out of the palace. Swim back out across huge open white flats of sand, finding your way all the way back to the surface. And then when you reach the surface, you notice that nothing has changed. You still can't see anything in any direction. There's still just this beautiful blue. The slightest movement of the water the sound, almost like oars, of the turtle swimming through that water. And you rest on the back of that turtle as it swims through the water. And while it swims through the water, so you rest your cheek on the back of the turtle. You can feel the back of that turtle against your cheek. You can feel the warmth of the sun. You feel comfort and relaxation. You feel yourself beginning to drift comfortably asleep. And as you drift comfortably asleep, so you can hear in the background the slight sound of the water, the sound of the turtle swimming. Feel the warmth of the sun. Feel your gentle breathing. And gradually the sounds begin to fade away. Gradually it all begins to fade away. And you find yourself beginning to hear seabirds, beginning to hear louder sea against the shore and the cliff, beginning to hear birds, other sounds in the forest, feeling a breeze on your skin, and you find yourself back in that tent, back in that makeshift tent, gazing out off that cliff over the ocean, seeing the blue sky, seeing the sun rising, aware that the storm has long passed, feeling the breeze on your face. And you surprise yourself by finding that the gem is in your hand, and that somehow that experience on the turtle, even though you feel like you fell asleep and it was a dream, was somehow real. But then you're unsure about how real because you're already inside a painting. You fell asleep in a painting and ended up in the sea on a turtle. But you don't question it. Something feels comfortable about it. And so you take that gem, you leave your camp, and you head off into the forest, starting to make your way back to where you came from. And you walk through the forest, unsure exactly where you're going to go or how you're supposed to get back out of the painting. And you walk through the forest, just trusting yourself, walking through that forest, hearing the sounds in the forest, the relaxing sounds in the forest, the sounds of each footstep, the feeling of breeze, the sounds of rustling leaves as the wind blows in the trees, finding your way through the forest. Then after a while you find your way out the other side of the forest. And you see a tree that seems fuzzy, and you walk over to that odd fuzzy tree. You go to touch the bark of that fuzzy tree and find your hand starts going into the tree. And so you put your hand in, your arm in, and eventually you take a step through that tree and you find yourself back in the museum. And you show the living statue, the gem, And the statue says that's the gem that was needed, the gem that will help them all to finally sleep and rest, that will help everything go back to the way it should be. And the statue explains why that gem's so important and walks you round to a specific statue. And in the head of that statue is a gap where this gem should be. And you place that gem in the gap in that statue. And as you do, so the other statue starts walking away back to where it's supposed to be stood. And before it's reached where it's supposed to be stood, it grinds to a halt and stops in a standing position. And everything goes silent. And you walk back to that painting, and you touch the painting, and it's just a normal painting of a volcanic island. And you're unsure what to make of your experience as your shift comes to an end. You go home in the morning and pondering your experience and the meaning of your experience. You go to bed, and as you go to bed, so you fall asleep. And as you fall asleep, so you drift and dream. You hear tribal drums, and you find yourself on that volcanic island, sitting in your makeshift tent, gazing out over the ocean, aware that when you fall asleep here in this tent, you'll find yourself awakening on the back of that turtle, awaiting whatever adventures happen next. And in the hush of twilight, as the bustling streets of Victorian London settle into a velvety dusk, the world of Morley the Mouse stirs to life with the gentle promise of adventure. And nestled in the cosy confines of a modest wooden home, Morley, ever the curious soul, navigates the maze of shadows cast by the flickering candlelight. The soft padding of his tiny feet is muffled by the thick layers of an old rug worn by time, but rich with stories. And on this particular evening, a serendipitous glimmer catches Morley's eye. It's not the usual sparkle from the dusts that dance in the moon's gentle rays, filtering through a crack in the floorboards above. No, this is something different. A secretive shimmer that beckons. With a heart buoyed by curiosity, Morley inches closer, his whiskers twitching in anticipation. The air holds a chill that tells of the coming winter. Yet the draught that whispers through the loose panel feels almost warm, as if inviting him closer. And as he nudges the panel with his nose, it gives way with a soft creak that echoes slightly in the quiet room. And behind the panel, hidden from the eyes of the human world and tucked tucked away beneath layers of dust and memories, lies a map. It's not just any map, but one that speaks of ages past, with its tattered edges and faded lines. The paper, thin and brittle to the touch, crackles under Morley's gentle paws. The ink, once bold and assertive, now whispers of ancient paths and hidden realms. The text curling like the tendrils of a forgotten language, lit by the silver glow of the moon that now bathes the room in a spectral light. Morley's eyes widen with the realization of what he holds. An artifact of adventure, a guide to secrets meant only for the bravest of hearts. As the world outside the walls ticks by in ignorant slumber, Morley unrolls the map further, his mind alight with possibilities. Each line, each mark, each cryptic symbol hints at mysteries deep and wondrous. In the silence of his secluded nook, with the moon as his only witness, Morley decides that the night's veil of stars and whispers will be the canopy under which he'll embark on his journey. For in his heart stirs a restless yearning, a call to the unknown that can't be unheeded. And tonight, guided by the moonlit map, Morley begins his quest, not just for the treasures it promises, but for the deeper understanding of a world much greater than his own. And with the map as his talisman, he sets forth from the safety of his nook, driven by the timeless desire to discover, to know, and to connect with the hidden threads that weave through the tapestry of reality. And as the moon ascends its nocturnal throne, casting a silver glow over the cobblestone streets of Victorian London, Morley's heart beats with the rhythm of a newfound purpose. Clutching the ancient map, the little mouse slips through a narrow crack beneath the front door of his home. A portal from the familiar to the vast unknown. And outside, the city whispers with the echoes of the day's end. The distant rumbles of carriages fading into the night. The soft chatter of evening revellers. A melodious backdrop to his expedition. And Morley, small and nimble, finds the vastness both daunting and exhilarating. The map, illuminated under the star-lit sky, appears even more enigmatic, its paths and symbols seemingly alive, shifting with each glance, and guided by the constellations above, which sprawl across the heavens like a celestial map mirroring his own. Morley navigates the maze of streets. The gas lamps along the avenues burn with a steady flame, the golden light casting halos on the fog-laden air, offering islands of warmth in the cool night. Each lamp like a beacon, reassuring Morley as he scurries from one pool of light to the next, his shadow fleeting and spirited. And as he ventures further, the familiar sense of the city, roasted chestnuts from a nearby vendor, the earthy dampness of the Thames, the smoky whisper of coal fires, blend into a tapestry of nighttime aromas that tickle his senses, urging him onwards. The map leads him towards an area seldom explored by the likes of a humble mouse. A forgotten fountain where, legend has it, wishes weave into the fabric of fate and old stones hold the secrets of the city. And Morley approaches the fountain. Its once grand structure now cloaked in ivy and moss. The trickle of water is soft but clear, each drop a symphony in the stillness of night, resonating with the pulse of adventure that beats within him. Here, under the watchful gaze of carved stone cherubs and the protective shadow of ancient oaks, Morley feels a surge of courage. The map trembles slightly in the breeze, as if excited by its return to the world of exploration. And Morley studies it closely. A line that seemed merely decorative under the candlelight at home now shimmers faintly. A hidden trail illuminated by the moon's touch. With a decisive nod, Morley follows the line as it winds around the base of the fountain, leading him to a small crevice between the stones, hidden from the unobservant eye. And within the crevice, he finds a small rusted key. And with a reverent paw, he retrieves the key, the metal cold and pitted under his touch. The discovery fills him with a blend of awe and mystery, the weight of the key in his possession, a tangible link to the legends whispered by the map. And this moment is marked not just by a physical journey through the city's shadowed pathways, but also an entry into a world woven with the threads of magic and history. And Morley, with the map as his guide and the stars as his companion, steps further into the realm of adventure. Each step a dance with destiny, each breath a whisper of the stories yet to unfold under the watchful eye of the moonlit London sky. And under the watchful gaze of the London moon, Morley feels a gust of wind stirring the quiet night air, ruffling his fur, signalling further mysteries to uncover. And as he rounds a corner of an ancient brick alleyway, shrouded in the mingled aromas of autumn leaves and early chimney smoke, a sudden fluttering sound catches his tiny heart. Perched on an old, gnarled railing is a pigeon. Her feathers, a shimmering tapestry of greys and blues, reflecting the moonlight with a soft iridescent glow. This is no ordinary pigeon. Her eyes twinkle with a wisdom far surpassing the usual city bird's wary glance. She cocks her head, observing Morley with a discerning eye, then, in a surprisingly gentle voice, speaks. "Well met, little seeker. The winds have carried tales of your quest. It seems you and I are to share a fragment of the path tonight." Morley, taken aback by the pigeon's knowledge and eloquence, nods respectfully. "I'm Morley," he introduces himself, his voice small but filled with determination. "I seek the truths hidden within this map," he continues, extending the parchment towards her. The pigeon flutters down to a closer, more conversational distance. "I'm Seraphina," she declares, her tone melodious, almost musical. "The winds of fate blow in many directions. They speak of places shrouded in shadow and light, secrets hidden in the heart of the city, known only to those who listen." Seraphina's wings unfold slightly, and with a graceful motion, she indicates the sprawling cityscape before them. Beyond the river's bend, where the old mill's wheel turns no more, lies a garden forgotten by time. She begins, her voice a soothing murmur blending with the rustling leaves. There the wind tells of a stone that holds the key to the sky, reflecting the stars' own light. Morley listens, enraptured by the tales of hidden wonders that seem to permeate every corner of London. Places he's never thought to explore, secrets that now beckoned with the allure of discovery. "And how might I find these places, wise Seraphina?" he asks, his eyes wide with a mix of awe and curiosity. "With this," Seraphina responds, gently tapping the map with her beak. "But heed well, young Morley, for each secret uncovered leads deeper and deeper into the labyrinth of the unknown. You must be brave in the pursuit of knowledge." Taking a moment to ensure her words have taken root in Morley's eager mind, Seraphina continues. "The stone in the garden will not reveal itself to those who look merely with their eyes. It requires a heart open to the wonders beyond the mundane, a spirit attuned to the deep currents of magic that flow beneath this ancient city." She then fluffs her feathers, preparing to take flight. "I must go now, for the eastern winds call me to distant shores. Remember, Morley, seek not only with your eyes, but also with your heart. The path may be perilous, but the rewards are the stuff of dreams. And with these parting words, Seraphina takes to the skies, her silhouette a part of the night, leaving Morley more determined than ever. He tucks the map back into his bag and sets his sights on the old mill's direction. His mind buzzing with possibilities, his heart open to the hidden truths of the world. The key feels heavier in his paw, now not just a token of his journey, but a symbol of the larger quest that he undertakes. Morley makes his way through the cobblestone streets of London, his tiny legs carrying him swiftly beneath the looming silhouettes of old Victorian buildings. The night grows deeper, stars twinkling above like distant lanterns guiding his path towards the majestic structure of Tower Bridge. Its twin towers stand as sentinels over the Thames, casting long, haunting shadows across the dark waters that flows below. As Morley approaches the bridge, the gentle lapping of the river against the banks mixes with the soft hum of the city at night, creating a gentle symphony of tranquility. The moon a slender crescent, casting the slightest silver glow over the bridge, illuminating the ancient stones with an ethereal light. And with careful steps, Morley scurries to a secluded spot. Here, where the shadows dance with the flickering lights reflected in the water, he finds the first tangible clue of his quest. Etched into the damp stones beneath the bridge, partially obscured by moss and the wear of time, is a riddle, its letters almost glowing under the moonlight. Where east meets west and time is kept, a lion's gaze where secrets slept. Seek the face that shows dual sight, find the next path by the light. Morley ponders the riddle, his whiskers twitching in thought. The words speak of a meeting place, of east and west, an allusion perhaps to the very bridge under which he now stands, a historical connection between the two sides of the city. Yet the reference to a lion and a dual sight intrigues him more. A lion's gaze, he muses aloud, and a face with two sides. His thoughts race as he considers the landmarks of London, each a potential key to the next phase of his journey. Then it strikes him. The Royal Observatory in Greenwich, known for its placement on the prime meridian where east indeed meets west, and where time itself is measured and kept. Excited by his deduction, Morley knows that his journey must now take him to Greenwich. But the riddle speaks also of a lion's gaze and a face with dual sight. This he interprets as the famous Shepherd Gate clock at the observatory, a 24-hour analogue clock that's unique and offers a face that shows both day and night, a literal dual sight. With the night deepening and the path set, Morley prepares for the journey to Greenwich. He finds his way through the shadowy streets, clues firmly etched in his mind. As he moves away from the river, the sound of water fades into the background, replaced by the occasional hoot of a night owl and the rustle of leaves in the gentle breeze. The adventure carries him forward, each step a stitch in the grand tapestry of his quest, weaving through the historical heart of London towards a destination known for its celestial observations. Here Morley anticipates not only the discovery of the next clue, but also a deeper connection to the cosmic dance of the stars and planets. In this blend of the cosmic and the earthy, Morley finds a profound symbolism in his quest. Not merely a treasure hunt, but a journey of alignment with the universe's greater rhythms and secrets. And as he ventures towards Greenwich, his heart is light, his purpose clear, and his resolve unshakable. The night, a faithful companion, cloaks him in its protective embrace, guiding him safely under its starlit canopy. And as dawn's first light begins to dissolve the night's velvet shadows, Morley arrives at the historic site of the Royal Observatory in Greenwich, with the Shepherd Gate clock as his guide, bathed in the golden glow of morning. Morley feels the rush of discovery coursing through his veins. With mention of an undersea city, he finds himself wanting to explore further into unknown depths. He trusts the map's mystical guidance and ventures towards the Thames, its waters mirroring the awakening sky. And as he observes the banks of the Thames, he finds a nondescript pipe, partially submerged and overgrown with reeds. He realizes this is a secret entrance. He squeezes through the grate, and begins to follow this pipe. Sounds of the city fading, replaced by echoing drips of water. The scent of cool, moist air. This path illuminated by streaks of bioluminescence that seem to cling to the walls of this pipe. The light growing stronger, pulsing gently, guiding him deeper and deeper beneath the river. And after what feels like an eternity, he emerges into an expansive cavern that takes his breath away, discovering himself in an undersea city. Aglow with a myriad of bioluminescent lights, casting a surreal glow over buildings carved from coral and stone. The architecture seeming to be a harmonious blend of nature and craftsmanship, towering structures spiraling towards the cavern's ceiling, intertwined with flowing seaweed and bright, colourful anemones. The city was alive, not just with light, but with its inhabitants. Various sea creatures had adapted to this unique environment. He could see fish outside the cavern, with translucent fins gliding effortlessly through the water, their paths marked by trails of light. Different animals scurrying along the seabed. Bioluminescence here seemed to have replaced the sunlight. Amazed, he realizes that this hidden city is a sanctuary, a secret place where the wonders of the natural world remained untouched by time and human influence. He walked through the streets of this secret undersea city. He could see high overhead jellyfish floating lazily, tentacles trailing lights like drifting stars. He headed to a grand library where scrolls were written on seaweed paper, preserving the history of this underwater realm. And as he explored, he encountered the city's guardian, a wise old turtle adorned with a shell patterned like stained glass. The turtle spoke of the city's origins, a refuge from the world above, built by creatures seeking solace from the ever-encroaching reach of civilization. The guardians of the city, he explained, were sworn to protect the knowledge and beauty of this place, ensuring it remained a hidden gem beneath the waves. The turtle offered a clue to his next destination, a pearl that glowed with a soft eternal fire. Embedded in a sculpture in the city's central plaza. This pearl, the turtle explained, was the key to understanding the deeper connections between all living things, a symbol of the unity and harmony that thrived in this secluded utopia. Morley thanked the turtle and thanked the residents of the city for their hospitality and wisdom. He left the city as it seemed to pulsate with a farewell song, lights dimming and brightening in a gentle rhythm, and emerging after some time back on the riverbank. Morley paused to reflect on the unusual and incredible world he'd just witnessed. He continued his journey, now guided by the mysterious pearl, and as he travelled, the map led him away from the familiar streets of London towards an ancient, secluded library, rumoured to house the vast knowledge of the world's magic. According to legend, this library was guarded by a giant, a being of immense size and wisdom, who maintained the balance between the arcane and the known, and he travelled out beyond the edge of the London city to a structure that appeared grand and imposing, that was tucked away behind the veil of time and nature, making it invisible to those who weren't specifically searching for it. And as he approached, the scale of the doors alone was enough to make anyone stop and pause a moment. They were crafted from ancient oak, with intricate carvings that seemed to shift and move, depicting scenes of magical creatures and mythical lore. The doors creaked open with a ponderous groan, revealing a vast hall lined with shelves that soared to dizzying heights, filled with books of every conceivable size and age. And standing in the doorway was the guardian of this mystical archive, a giant whose height reached the rafters of the library, his eyes twinkling with a kind and knowing light, regarding Morley with a welcoming gaze. "Welcome, little seeker," the giant's voice boomed, resonant and deep, yet imbued with warmth. "I'm Borealis, keeper of the arcane archives. It's rare indeed for one so small to journey so far into the realms of magic and knowledge. What brings you to my sanctuary?" And with a mixture of awe and courage, Morley climbed the steps to meet Borealis at a comfortable eye level. Taking the glowing pearl from his bag, he shared his quest, including the discovery of the map, the undersea city, the riddles he solved along the way. "Ah, you are a true adventurer at heart," Borealis remarked, his voice echoing softly among the towering bookshelves. "This pearl you carry is known as the Orb of Liss, a powerful artifact that illuminates truth and wisdom. It's fitting that it brought you here, to the very place where such truths can be expanded on." Motioning for Morley to follow, Borealis led him through the aisles of the library. He had to run just to try and keep up with the giant. The air was filled with the scent of ancient parchment and the whispering echoes of enchanted tales. They arrived at a particular section of the library where the books seemed to radiate a subtle, mystical light. "Herein lies the knowledge of the magical forces that bind the world," Borealis explained, gesturing towards the shelves. Each tome and scroll contains secrets of the arcane arts, guarded and preserved through the ages. You can look through these texts. What you learn here will aid you on your journey, and perhaps enlighten paths yet untrodden. Morley opened a thick volume bound in leather that shimmered with a light of its own. Opening the book, he found the pages filled with intricate symbols and spells, alongside detailed illustrations of magical phenomena and their applications. Each word and image pulsed with energy, as if the magic contained within was alive and breathing. As the hours passed, Morley absorbed the wisdom of the ages, his understanding of magic deepening, his perception of the world expanding. As the day turned to evening, and the light in the library shifted from the bright clarity of afternoon to the golden hues of sunset, Morley felt a profound sense of gratitude and purpose. For Alice bestowed upon him a small enchanted compass. "This will guide you beyond the written word," Alice said, placing the compass gently in Morley's paw. "Magic is not only about spells and ancient lore. It's also about finding one's true north, understanding one's heart and role in the grand tapestry of life." Thanking the giant for his wisdom, Morley prepared to continue his journey, now equipped with new knowledge and a magical compass to guide his way. He left the library as the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, feeling as though he carried with him a part of the magic that the library housed, a magic that was now a part of him. With the enchanted compass and a heart full of newly acquired knowledge, he set forth under the canopy of starlit sky, following the magical artifact's needle, journeying through more winding streets and alleyways, before arriving at a lush area on the outskirts of the city. And it was here, as the sky was painted in pinks and gold, that he noticed something peculiar. A soft, melodic chuckling that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere all at once. Intrigued, he followed the sound, treading softly on the dew-kissed grass. And the source of laughter soon revealed itself. A small, sprightly figure, with a twinkle in his eye and a green hat perched jauntily atop his head. "Good morning to ye, fine sir," said the figure with a bow so deep it seemed almost comical. "I'm Finbar at your service." Morley, taken aback by the sudden appearance but charmed by the leprechaun's demeanour, introduced himself and shared his quest, including the enchanted compass and the lessons learned. Finbar listened intently, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. "Aye, that's a grand lad tale," Finbar replied, his voice rich with the lilting accent of the Isles. "But it seems to me you're in need of a bit of fun and perhaps a challenge to test your belief in the unseen." Without waiting for a response, Finbar snapped his fingers and a shimmering mist enveloped them. When it cleared, Morley found himself standing before an ancient stone, upon which rested a curious box of intricate design and craftsmanship. The box was adorned with symbols that shimmered with an ethereal light, and it seemed to pulse with a life of its own. "This here is the puzzle box of Ashling." Finbar declared, his eyes alight with mischief. Within it lies the next piece of your map, but only for those who believe enough to see beyond mere appearances. Solve the puzzle and the path shall be clear. Fail and, well, you might find yourself a bit turned around. Morley approached the box. He noticed the symbols corresponded to those he'd seen in the giant's library. Touching the box, he felt a warmth hum beneath his fingers, as if the box responded to his presence. Remembering the teachings of Borealis, he closed his eyes and let his intuition guide him, his paws moving deftly over the symbols, pressing them in an order dictated by the silent whisper of the magic within him. And as each symbol clicked into place, the box began to transform. Sections of it moved independently, rearranging itself with mechanical fluidity until it unfolded like a blooming flower, revealing its core. Nested within was a fragment of the map, glowing softly, surrounded by a faint golden light. "Well done," Finbar exclaimed, clapping his hands with delight. "You've got the heart of a true believer, and that's no mistake. Remember, the world is full of magic, hidden just beyond the veil of the ordinary, waiting for those with the eyes who can see and the heart which can understand." With the map fragment secured and a new lesson learned, he thanked the leprechaun for the challenge and the wisdom. The leprechaun winked and gave a tip of his hat before vanishing into the morning mist, leaving behind just a gentle trail of laughter and a faint echo of his words. And as Morley continued his journey, the compass leading him ever onwards, he felt a deep sense of connection with the world around him. The lesson of the leprechaun deepening his understanding of magical forces, those things which are invisible to the naked eye, but can be deeply felt. And with each step, his belief in the unseen strengthened, fueling his quest with a new sense of purpose and wonder. And he ventured deeper and deeper into the heart of an ancient woodland, known among the local fae and gentle spirits as the Sylvan Glade. As he padded through the thick carpet of fallen leaves, the forest seemed to awaken, greeting him with the rustle of leaves and the soft, curious calls of its hidden dwellers. The trees, ancient and wise, stood tall like guardians of old secrets, their branches a tapestry against the sky. The woodland was alive with preparations for an upcoming winter solstice, a time of renewal and celebration. Morley could feel the magic in the air, a buzz that tingled through his whiskers. The animals of the forest, from scurrying squirrels to stately deer, were all busy with their various tasks, collecting food, decorating with berries and vines, and crafting lanterns from nutshells and fireflies. And Morley ventured further, until he was met by a council of elder animals who'd gathered under a grand oak, its trunk wide and welcoming. And the elders, a wise old owl, a stout badger, and a graceful doe, regarded Morley with interest. "Welcome, little traveller," the owl hooted in a deep, resonant voice. "What brings you to our conclave on such an important day?" Morley explained his quest, talking about the map, magical lessons, the gifts he'd been given. He was tasked with helping the smaller creatures of the forest, those who struggled to prepare due to their size or the scarcity of resources. And with vigour and a warm heart, he set about his tasks. He helped the field mice collect seeds and berries, taught the young rabbits how to weave garlands of ivy and holly. He even helped orchestrate a choir of songbirds. And as he worked, he realized that each task, though small, was vital to the harmony of the woodlands community. His efforts helped the animals and taught him the importance of unity and cooperation. The forest thrived because each creature, no matter how small, contributed to the well-being of all. And on the solstice, the forest was transformed into a wonderland of lights, music and laughter. Lanterns hung from branches, casting gentle glows that shimmered off the land below. And at the height of the celebrations, under the light of the full moon, the elders presented Morley with another piece of map, encased in a crystal clear icicle which sparkled under the moonlight. And with this secured, Morley felt a deep connection to these woodland creatures. And he knew that his journey was far from over, but at every step of this journey he learns lessons, helping to continue the journey in a deeper and more profound way. And Morley set off following a gentle stream, walking past ancient trees, arching gracefully overhead. Enjoying the sensation of the moss-cushioned steps. And the stream's waters were clear, reflecting the vibrant life of the woodland. And while he gazed into the water, so it showed not just reflections of the land around them, but also shimmered with the quality of a dream half remembered. And while gazing into the water, a gentle voice began talking in the background, Beautiful, isn't it? An old fox was sitting beside him with eyes deep and wise, and she murmured to him, "Many call it the heart's echo. It shows us no one is truly alone. Our desires, our joys, and our sorrows echo in the hearts of others, connecting us in ways we often fail to see." The fox explained that the stream was a sacred place, a place of reflection, a place that showed the beauty of the world and revealed the inner truth and beauty of others. Morley listened, captivated by the wisdom of the fox. He thought about his journey, the creatures he'd met so far, the tasks he'd completed, the gifts he'd been given. And he set off once again from the fox, following the stream as it flowed out of the woodland, following the magical compass. He journeyed through a small clearing where he stopped to rest for the night. This tranquil spot, nestled within a gentle embrace of towering pines and whispering ferns, allowed him the luxury of viewing the heavens above, the twinkling stars, the velvet sky, the stories of the universe. And he realized while gazing at the stars that the constellations seemed to almost be talking to him, that they were more than just a collection of stars, but maps of stories ancient and wise. The Great Bear, the Hunter, the Twins, each constellation a chapter of a cosmic tale woven through time and space, reflecting truths he'd uncovered on his journey. And each star almost seemed to sing to him, their light offering guidance, illuminating his path, not just through the forest but through life itself. He almost felt himself connecting the dots of light with his paw, tracing shapes in the air, following those clusters of stars. Inspired by his observations, and his heart full of wonder, he took a look at the map, laid the bits of map out before him, and found that he could align these bits of map in such a way that the fragments mirrored the constellations above, as if this map wasn't just a guide through the physical world, but a reflection of the celestial guide above. Each piece a star and each star a story. And in the morning he packed up the map, continued his journey, finding that the journey itself seemed to be the learning he really set out for, and that the map was leading back to the home he'd left behind. And something about this return journey, following the map on this very slightly different journey back towards his home. He found himself continuing to learn from the journey, recognizing new things he'd missed on the way. This return journey making the world seem slightly different, perhaps leaves seeming more vivid, the breeze carrying slightly more of a melody, the rays of sunlight dancing just for him. The world seemed the same, yet slightly different, as if he's seeing it anew through eyes that had witnessed the unseeable and understood things in a whole new way. And back at his home, he felt a build-up of emotion, like feeling overwhelmed at returning to a friend who'd not been seen for a while, returning with new experiences, new understandings of the world. As he wandered around the inside of his home, rearranging things, placing objects he'd gathered on his journey onto shelves. Each object reminded him of elements of the journey he'd taken. He felt a profound sense of fulfillment. He started a journey, a quest for knowledge and discovery, guided by an ancient map, found additional pieces of the map, found additional trinkets to help guide his journey, met numerous beings on the way, only to realize that the knowledge and discovery was the journey, not the destination, as the destination took him right back to where he started, just with a slightly different understanding of things. He noticed his greatest discovery wasn't anything marked on any map. It was a realization that each of us is part of a larger story, a thread in the tapestry of the universe, woven through moments of connection and kindness. And in the comfort of his home, surrounded by familiar sounds of night, Morley drifted into sleep, a smile curving his lips, enjoying sweet dreams filled with starlight, hints of the forest, waves of the sea, rustling pages of ancient books, being carried along by the everlasting glow of a journey that led him right back home to the place where it all began, and where it would continue one magical moment at a time. And as he continued to drift and float into a deeper and more profound sleep, his mind recounted the journey he'd taken, and with each passing moment, with each gentle turn of the earth, he slept so deeply, so soundly, just a small creature with a grand, adventurous heart, enjoying the magical tapestry of life. He drifted and floated so peacefully, so relaxed asleep, into slumberland. And in the secluded heart of the sprawling, misty swamp near Pixie Dust Dell, a place forgotten by time and untouched by the sun's direct glare, resides Valen, a being of the night, with a nature as mysterious as the twilight itself, and the swamp, a labyrinthine expanse of waterlogged earth, ancient trees and thick fog, holds within its embrace a myriad of life and secrets. The air here is perpetually saturated with the heavy, sweet scent of wild lavender that blooms in abundance, mingling with the earthy aroma of damp moss and the distant, almost ethereal sound of waterfalls cascading, hidden in the forest's depths. And Valen's abode, the stark contrast to the typical haunts of vampiric lore, far from the dark, foreboding layers of legend. Valen's home is a sanctuary of tranquility and rustic beauty. It's cleverly nestled among towering cypress trees, whose knotted and twisted forms seem to whisper ancient secrets. The lush ferns and dense undergrowth create the most beautiful carpet, adding a touch of softness to the swamp's mysterious depths. The exterior of this hidden cottage is almost alive, draped in a thick veil of soft, hanging moss that sways gently with the breeze, blurring the lines between structure and nature. Bioluminescent fungi, scattered like scattered stars fallen to the earth, light the winding path to the wooden door of Valen's home. Their glow is soft and inviting, casting a fairy tale luminescence that beckons one forward, away from the enclosing darkness of the swamp. Each step on the moss-covered path is a soft echo in the stillness. The light and the fungi reflecting off the lingering dewdrops like tiny lanterns guiding the way. Upon entering, the interior of the house reveals itself to be warm and inviting. An oasis of comfort amidst the often unforgiving swamp. The walls are lined with shelves heavy with ancient books, whose spines tell tales of centuries past and knowledge preserved. The titles, some gold leaf and others merely embossed into worn leather, speak of alchemical mysteries, forgotten histories, and poetic works that have survived the ravages of time. At the heart of this quaint home, a large fireplace crackles merrily, the flames dancing lively and casting a warm flickering light across the room. The flire's glow touches everything, making the room come alive with shadows and light that play across the furnishings, giving the space a life of its own. And near the hearth lies a large, overstuffed chair, its fabric worn soft from years of use. It faces the warmth of the fire, inviting relaxation and contemplation. This chair, situated perfectly to benefit from the light of both the fire and the moonshine that occasionally pierces the swamp's canopy, is where Valen spends many hours, lost in thought or engrossed in a dusty tome. This serene abode, so deeply entwined with the natural world around it, reflects Valen's own nature, mysterious, tranquil, and deeply connected to the mystical elements of the swamp. And it's here, in this unexpected sanctuary, that Valen's story begins. As the vampire prepares to embark on a quest that will delve deep into the forgotten and magical corners of the swamp, seeking a knowledge as ancient and hidden as the vampire itself. And as twilight descends upon the swamp, casting a silvery glow over the water and trees, Valen begins the nocturnal rituals that define his existence. This vampire, with eyes shimmering like the surface of the nearby lake under the gentle caress of moonlight, moves through the swamp with a grace and reverence reserved for those who see not merely the landscape, but its soul. Valen's profound connection to nature is evident in every step, every pause, and every breath. Drawing deep from the wellspring of life that pulses quietly in this secluded haven. Valen sees beauty in the perpetual cycle of decay and rebirth that defines the swamp. The rotting logs that nourish new growth, the fallen leaves that carpet the ground with a mosaic of russet and gold, and the chorus of life that rises with the falling of dusk will speak to him of a deeper truth, a harmony that binds all things. This understanding shapes his daily practices, each one a thread in the fabric of his serene existence. And in the still hours of the night, Valen often finds solace under the expansive, starlit sky. Seated upon a fallen log or a patch of soft earth, here he meditates, attuning himself to the whisper of the trees and the soft lapping of the water. His mind drifts with the clouds, moving through the cosmos, exploring realms of thought and sensation that transcend the physical. This meditation is not merely a practice of mindfulness, but an ancient ritual that connects him with the pulsating energy of the universe. A reminder of the interconnectedness of all things. And alchemy also plays a crucial role in Valen's daily life. Along the water's edge, where the fog lingers like a gentle embrace, he collects herbs and plants, each with unique properties, understood only by those who study the old ways. And in a small clearing, sheltered by weeping willow branches that stir softly in the breeze, Valen grinds these herbs, using tools carved from the very bones of the swamp. He mixes elixirs and brews that can heal, soothe, and sometimes reveal hidden truths through the magic infused within them. And Valen's most personal and reflective activity is his painting. Set up on a crude easel made from twisted branches, his canvas awaits him like an old friend. The colours he uses are ground from the rocks, plants, and even the very mud of the swamp itself. Each hue a rich ochre, a deep green, a vibrant red. Is vibrant with the essence of the place. As Valen paints, each stroke is like a delicate wisp of a dream, a line in a poem written in colour and form. His paintings are visual expressions of peace and longing, capturing the mystical and ephemeral beauty of the swamp. They're portals to the soul, inviting the viewer to look deeper and find the tranquility that lies beneath the surface. And these twilight hours, spent in communion with the world around him, are not merely a way to pass the time, but are an essential part of Valen's very being. They're a celebration of existence, an acknowledgement of the beauty and complexity of life in all its forms. Through these practices, Valen remains tied to the world, a part of its ongoing story of life, death, and rebirth, ever seeking to understand more, even as he finds contentment in the tranquil heart of the swamp. And on a tranquil evening, as the swamp embraces the silence of night, and the only sounds are the soft calls of nocturnal creatures, and the gentle rustling of the wind through the trees, Valen is immersed in study. The vampire's abode filled with the gentle rustling of pages and the occasional clink of a glass vial as Valen pored over ancient texts and arcane artifacts, each piece a fragment of the vast puzzle of knowledge he sought to solve. The fire crackled in the fireplace, casting the most beautiful, warm glow, flickering across the walls, filled with books and curiosities collected over centuries. And as the clock nears the midnight hour, a soft, rhythmic knocking at the door breaks the steady rhythm of Valen's scholarly pursuits. It was an unusual disturbance in the solitude that Valen usually cherished, causing a slight stir of curiosity. Approaching the door, Valen could sense that the visitor carried an energy of the natural world, intertwined with a hint of magic. Opening the door revealed a small woodland fairy, barely the size of Valen's hand, hovering in a halo of soft, shimmering light. The fairy, with wings delicate and translucent, fluttered gently in the air, holding a parcel wrapped in broad leaves, tied with strands of vine. The leaves were fresh, their vibrant green indicating a journey taken through the heart of the swamp, from places Valen knew well, to the hidden realms that even he had yet to explore. With a respectful nod, the fairy presented the parcel to Valen, its tiny voice barely above a whisper, yet clear in the stillness of the swamp night. The threads of fate weave your path tonight, Valen of the shadows, the fairy intoned, its words laced with the weight of destiny. Accepting the parcel, Valen felt a surge of anticipation, the kind that comes from standing on the cusp of a great discovery or adventure. Inside the parcel, protected by the leaves, was an ancient scroll. It was crafted from a material that seemed to absorb the faint light of the room, shimmering with an inner luminescence that suggested it was not entirely of this world. Unrolling the scroll, Valen discovered a beautifully intricate script and illustrations that depicted a mysterious canvas said to be woven from the threads of the universe itself. The canvas according to the scroll, held the power to expand one's consciousness, allowing the beholder to comprehend the language of the cosmos, a dialect of pure energy and universal truth. The scroll spoke of a quest to locate this profound artifact, hidden deep within the most secluded part of the swamp, shielded by time and layers of secrecy, only penetrable by one who was both of the swamp and beyond it. The canvas was described as a bridge between realms, a meeting point of the physical and the metaphysical, capable of revealing the interconnectedness of all things. Intrigued and feeling a deep stir within his soul, a call to adventure that resonated with his own eternal quest for knowledge, Valen felt the weight of destiny upon him, the promise of uncovering deeper mysteries and expanding his understanding of existence itself was irresistible. With the fairy still floating patiently by, casting dancing lights across the darkened room, Valen made the decision to embark on this quest. The promise of understanding the deeper mysteries of existence, of connecting more profoundly with the universe, drew him forth, and he knew his path would never be the same. Thus, with a heart both heavy and exhilarated, with the potential of what was to come, Valen prepared to step into a story that was woven long before he'd read the scroll. Guided by the unseen hands of fate and the clear, bright eyes of the woodland fairy who had brought him the call to adventure, and as the moon ascended, casting its silvery light through the dense canopy of the swamp, Valen began the sacred ritual of preparation for the upcoming quest. This is no ordinary journey. It's one that could expand the very fabric of his understanding, weaving new threads into the tapestry of his eternal existence. Each item Valen selects is chosen with purpose and care, their significance far deeper than their mere utility. The first to be chosen is a compass, no ordinary navigator's tool, but a rare artifact in itself. The compass is encrusted with moonstones, each glowing faintly in the moonlight. Stones believed to be the tears of the moon goddess, shed in her nocturnal journey across the sky. The compass does more than point north. It aligns with the energies of the cosmos, guiding Valen not just through physical space, but through the spiritual mazes he's sure to encounter. Next, Valen selects his cloak, woven from the midnight silk of enchanted spiders that dwell only in the darkest recesses of the swamp. This cloak is as dark as the new moon sky, and it shimmers with a subtle magic that can blend into the shadows, providing protection and concealment from whatever unknowns lie in wait. The threads are said to be spun from the very essence of night, providing comfort and a touch of magic. The preparation of provisions is treated with equal reverence. Valen packs a small, sturdy satchel with jars of food, each prepared with ingredients gathered from the heart of the swamp. There's peanut butter, ground from peanuts harvested under the full moon, imbued with energy to sustain even the weariest of travellers, alongside sandwiches wrapped in leaf parchment, leaves chosen from the ancient singing oaks, believed to impart strength and clarity to those who consume their bounty. These are no mere meals, but sustenance for body and soul, crafted to ensure vitality and resilience. Most crucial of all is the map, a seemingly ordinary scroll that Valen secures within a leather tube attached to his belt. But under the moon's gentle glow, it transforms, revealing paths and landmarks invisible to the untrained eye. Secrets of the swamp that have awaited the right moment or the right person to be revealed. The map's not just a guide, but a key to the deeper mysteries, encoded with symbols and signs that speak of ancient magics and hidden truths. With these preparations complete, Valen takes a moment to stand outside his abode, under the vast expanse of the star-lit sky. He breathes in the cool, damp air of the swamp, letting the familiar scents of earth and water fill his senses. This moment of quiet reflection solidifies his resolve, and with a final glance at the peaceful sanctuary of his home, he steps forward into the night, ready to follow the moonlit path that now lay vividly before him, charted in a map filled with promise and peril. And in this solemn hour, as all of Valen's senses sharpen, curious about what lies ahead, feeling a sense of calm, of being such a well-prepared beginning, setting the stage for a journey that's as much about the inward exploration of his own spirit as it is about the physical journey through the shadowed heart of the swamp. And as Valen ventures deeper and deeper into the heart of the swamp, the landscape begins to transform. The familiar, comforting aspects of the swamp give way to more treacherous and unknown territories. Here the trees grow denser, their gnarled roots intertwining to form a mesh that blankets the soggy earth, the moonlight struggling to penetrate the thick canopy, casting only the faintest glimmers of light on the path ahead. Creating a world in perpetual twilight. And in this eerie tranquility, a thick fog rolls in silently from the deeper reaches of the swamp, enveloping everything in its ghostly embrace. And the fog, an ancient guardian of the swamp, a sentient entity that has protected its secrets for centuries. It hangs low over the murky waters, which are as still as glass, and reflect the fog in wispy tendrils that seem to grasp at the air itself. And the fog speaks in hushed tones, a language not heard but felt, a murmur of the ancient spirits of the swamp. Valen, with senses heightened by the vampiric nature and honed by centuries of existence, listens intently. The hushed tones tell of paths that are safe to tread, guiding Valen away from quicksand hidden beneath deceptively solid surfaces, and from carnivorous plants whose beautiful flowers are a lure for the unwary. They also murmur warnings of areas fraught with peril, sacred groves where the spirits rest and do not welcome the footsteps of strangers. As Valen navigates through the fog, every sense is attuned to the subtle shifts in the environment. The slight rustle of leaves might signify the presence of a swamp creature observing the intruder, or the gentle ripple across water could hint at the path the fog suggests to avoid. With each careful, measured step, Valen harmonizes with the rhythm of the swamp. This attunement transforms potential obstacles into opportunities to bond further with the mystical land. It's as if Valen is beginning to dance with the fog, a delicate balance of give and take, as he learns to move with the swamp rather than against it. And in this deep communion with the swamp, he gains a deeper understanding of the interconnectedness of all life within it. The fog serving as a guide and protector, enveloping Valen in its ancient wisdom. Each hushed tone adding a layer of knowledge, enriching Valen's journey, not just towards his destination, but also into the depths of his own being, mirroring an internal quest for enlightenment. And as the fog slowly lifts, revealing paths carpeted with moss and framed by towering ferns and waving reeds, Valen emerges, changed, no longer just a traveller, but feeling like he's now a part of the swamp's vast living tapestry. And as he delves deeper and deeper into the heart of the swamp, the environment grows increasingly enigmatic. Trees stand closer together, branches intertwining to form natural archways, seeming to guide his path. The air thick with the scent of wet earth and ancient leaves, a fragrance that tells of centuries past in silent observation by the flora of this secluded world. As he navigates through a dense thicket where the underbrush clings stubbornly to every step, Valen's guided by an unexpected sound, a soft, rhythmic croaking that punctuates the stillness of the swamp. Following the sound, he pushes through the last of the dense foliage and steps into a clearing that feels almost like a different realm entirely. In this natural clearing, where the moonlight filters through a break in the trees, casting silvery shards of light, illuminating dust particles, he notices the alchemist frog. And this creature is no ordinary inhabitant of the swamp, but a wise old being whose shimmering green eyes reflect the world with the clarity of dew-covered leaves. And the frog rests on a lily pad, floating upon a small, clear pond, regarding Valen with an expression of expectant wisdom. Valen approaches with a respectful nod, recognizing the creature's sagacity and the frog having awaited Valen's arrival. Croaks softly, the sound resonating like a bell in the quiet of the night. "Welcome, seeker," the frog begins, its voice surprisingly deep and melodic. "I've seen visions of your quest in the reflective surfaces of raindrops and in the murmur of the streams. But to proceed safely, you must first answer a riddle." The riddle the frog presents is as old as the swamp itself, a test not only of intellect but of one's ability to connect with the natural world. "I speak without a mouth and hear without ears. I have no body, but I come alive with wind. What am I?" Valen considers the question, looking around the clearing, allowing the serenity of the space to fill his senses. The answer comes to him as a soft breeze dances through the clearing, carrying with it the sounds of the swamp. "An echo," Valen whispers back to the frog. The alchemist frog nods, its eyes twinkling with approval. "You're wise and attuned to the voice of the world," it responds. The frog then hops off its lily pad, landing on the edge of the pond with a soft splash. With a graceful leap, it leads Valen to the edge of the clearing, pointing with one webbed foot towards a grove bathed in perpetual moonlight, a place where the light seems to gather and linger, creating a sanctuary within the swamp. Beyond here, in the grove, where moonlight never fades, you'll find allies for your path ahead. They, like you, seek the deeper truths hidden beneath the surface. The frog's voice fading into the sound of the night as it retreats back to the pond, grateful for the guidance. Valen steps towards the indicated grove, his heart buoyed by the prospect of meeting others who share his quest. The encounter with the alchemist frog not only moves him closer to his goal, but also deepens his connection to the swamp and its mystical inhabitants. Each one met, strengthening his resolve and broadening his understanding of the vast web of life that thrives in this ancient place. And following the wise frog's advice, Valen ventures deeper and deeper into the heart of the swamp, towards a grove bathed in an eternal moonlight that seems almost supernatural in its persistence. Trees here arch gracefully overhead, their branches weaving a delicate lattice that filters the moonlight into patterns on the forest floor. This grove, untouched by time and shadow, holds an aura of ancient serenity and hidden knowledge. As Valen steps into the grove, the air grows perceptibly cooler, tinged with the scent of old stone and moss. The ground underfoot is carpeted with a thick layer of moss that silences his steps, adding to the surreal quality of this place. Scattered throughout the grove are stones, large and small, each covered in runes that glow faintly in the moonlight. And these runes are not merely decorative, but are imbued with the old magic of the swamp, telling stories of forgotten civilizations and hidden secrets. And it's here among these delicate stones that Valen discovers fragments of what appears to be a torn paper map. These pieces, seemingly inconsequential to an untrained eye, flutter gently in the slight breeze, as if recognizing Valen's presence and the importance of his quest. They dance towards him, animated by the latent magic that permeates the grove, urging him to reach out and grasp them. Each fragment of the map, like a puzzle piece, delicate and aged, with edges worn soft by time and elements. The paper itself is thick, made from a pulp that hints at ancient craftsmanship, perhaps from the very trees that now watch over its discovery. As Valen collects each piece, he feels a sense of connection, a link to the quest that grows clearer with every fragment gathered. And under the soft glow of the moon, which seems to shine with extra intensity as if to aid him in his task, Valen begins to assemble the map on a flat stone altar at the centre of the grove. Each fragment fits with the others in a perfect harmony, revealing not just geographical details, but also magical sigils that pulse gently with a light of their own. The assembled map shows a pathway that winds deeper into the swamp, leading to a hidden cave, the supposed location of the mythical canvas. But the map remains tantalizingly incomplete. Edges fray into nothingness, and sections of the path disappear into blank spaces, suggesting that more of the map is yet to be found. And the map hints at other locations, shrouded in the mists of the deeper swamp, where more clues and perhaps more allies await. And with purpose and curiosity, Valen stores the partially assembled map in his satchel. And with the moon casting its silver light as a guide, he steps forward, deeper into the shadowed heart of the swamp. Guided by curiosity of that map and the steady luminescence of the moon, he finds himself at the verge of an ancient, overgrown part of the swamp that feels untouched by time. He passes hanging moss and finds himself at the mouth of a hidden cave. This secluded entrance, shrouded in ivy and shadows, giving it an almost mystical appearance, as if it were a portal to another world. And the guardians of this cave are ethereal woodland fairies, creatures so delicate and fine that they seem to be made of light and shadow. These fairies have wings that shimmer like the finest silk, catching the moonlight and scattering it in a kaleidoscope of soft colours around the cave's entrance. Their eyes glow with a gentle luminescence radiating wisdom and kindness, and they recognize the purity of Valen's intent as he approaches. They flutter around him in a welcoming dance, their movements graceful and synchronized, casting swirls of light that reveal the hidden entrance to the cave more clearly. Their presence is comforting, filling the air with a sense of peace and magic that eases Valen's spirit. They communicate without words, their twinkling lights and serene expressions guiding him forward, encouraging him to discover what lies within. And as Valen steps into the cave, the atmosphere changes immediately. The air is cool and still, scented with earth and stone. The walls of the cave are decorated with intricate carvings that depict celestial patterns and ancient tales, stories of the cosmos, of stars born from the darkness, of time flowing like a river. These carvings are works of art, crafted by unknown hands through the ages, and they pulse faintly with their own inner light, as if echoing the life they had once held. And as he travels deeper and deeper into the cave, the path narrows and the air grows heavier, charged with a mysterious energy. Valen feels a vibration underfoot, a soft, almost imperceptible hum that seems to resonate with the core of his being, drawing him further in, towards the heart of the cave, where he finds the canvas. And the canvas is not merely a piece of fabric. It's a living artifact, partially covered in moss and vine, yet pulsating with a life force of its own. The canvas is large, spanning nearly the width of the cave, held in place by stones that glow with an ethereal light. It seems to be waiting for him, calling to him, with a voice that only his heart can hear. Valen stands before it, awestruck by the power it emanates, the canvas beckoning him, inviting him to unveil its secrets and discover the truths it holds. And in this moment of profound significance, he's aware of the deep sense of knowledge and understanding, and the fairies continue to dance around him, casting their light upon the canvas. And with his hands trembling, Valen reaches out. He brushes aside the moss and vine, reveals more of the canvas's surface, which begins to glow brighter with each layer removed, and the hum grows louder. The discovery, hidden for ages within the heart of the swamp and guarded by the fairies, begins to reveal its secrets to Valen. Canvas shimmering with a subtle inner light, each fibre vibrating with the accumulated wisdom and knowledge of eons, holding secrets waiting to be unlocked. And as Valen touches that canvas, his fingers brushing against the textured surface, he notices an immediate response. The contact doesn't just feel tactile, it's almost responsive, like touching the surface of water. His touch sends ripples across the canvas, spreading out in concentric circles that emit a soft harmonic resonance. The sound, like the gentle hum of a celestial choir, fills the cave, vibrating through the air and resonating within his very soul. The canvas isn't just a passive object to be observed. It requires interaction and engagement. And Valen realizes that to unlock its full potential and to access the profound truths it holds, he needs to harmonize with it. He begins by adjusting the stones around the canvas. And these aren't any ordinary rocks, but geomagnetic crystals, each resonating with earth energy. He positions them carefully around the canvas, channeling the energy into the canvas. Next, he turns his attention to a small stream of water trickling down the cave wall. He redirects some of this water, guiding it along a channel etched in the cave floor, forming a network of flowing water that encircles the canvas. And the movement of the water not only adds a dynamic element to the cave's atmosphere, but also enhances the canvas's energetic field, amplifying its mystical properties. And Valen uses mirrors, crafted from water-polished quartz. These mirrors are unique in their ability to capture and redirect moonlight, even from the faintest sources, and he positions them strategically around the cave, catching the beams of moonlight that filter in through small crevices in the cave ceiling and the cave's entrance, angling the mirrors to direct those beams towards the canvas, bathing it in a silvery glow that seems to awaken the deeper magic woven into its threads. And as these elements align and synchronize, and the canvas begins to glow with increasing intensity, the vibrations of the earth, water and light converge upon the tapestry, infusing it with a power that visibly manifests on its surface. Images begin to emerge, spiraling galaxies, ancient civilizations rising and falling, intricate interconnected roots of swamp trees. These revelations are more than just visual. They're insights, filling Valen with a deeper understanding of the universe's interconnected nature. Each image telling a story, not just of the past, but of the cosmic truths that bind existence. Valen stands transfixed, As he aligns the final elements, the entire cave pulses with a vibrant energy. The canvas transforms into a portal, a gateway that connects the individual consciousness with the collective wisdom of the universe. Valen feels an overwhelming sense of serenity as visions flood through his mind. He sees the birth of stars, formation of galaxies, the intricate dance of cosmic forces that weave the fabric of reality. He witnesses the rise and fall of ancient civilizations, and how these contribute to the reservoir of collective knowledge that spans across time and space. Experiencing these as the essence of life itself. Amidst these revelations, the fairies emerge, their faces alight with gentle smiles. The soft fluttering of their wings filling the cave with a gentle melodic hum. And following this experience, Valen feels a transformation forming deep within his core. He carefully leaves this canvas and returns through the cave, following his journey back towards his area of the swamp. The fairies light his path with their luminescent glow as they flutter around him like guardians of light. He arrives back at his cozy nook. He feels a serene calmness envelop him. He reflects on his experience. He feels a deep sense of fulfilling peace as his journey comes full circle, bringing him new wisdom and understanding. He takes a moment to settle into his comforting solitude, relaxing back in his home, like relaxing in an old familiar cloak. Seating himself by a crackling fire, casting warm flickering light across the room, drifting in and out of deep reflective contemplation. Before heading over to his sturdy, well-used writing desk and beginning to journal about his journey, with his hand moving steadily, penning down each detail with precision and care, writing about how the adventure began, his encounter with the alchemist frog, navigating the ethereal fog, the riddles of the fairies, until finally discovering that canvas. And as he writes, he feels a profound peace enveloping him, a knowledge that his journey will serve as a beacon for future seekers, He imagines the wanderers and dreamers who may one day stumble upon his journal, curious to follow in his path. And as the fire burns down to glowing embers and the night deepens around him, he feels a contentment that only comes from fulfilling your purpose. And the journey has been long, filled with many lessons, and he allows himself to relax and drift into his mind for a little while. And as night continues on outside, Valen feels an overwhelming connection to the cosmos, feeling a profound sense of place and purpose, a deep connectedness to the world around him. And as night deepens and the ambient sounds of the swamp, the gentle hush of the wind, nocturnal calls of creatures, the rhythmic, distant sound of a running river, all melding with the soft ticking of a clock in his room, marking out time in a place that feels so timeless. He heads to bed, closes his eyes, and drifts into a restful sleep. Finding himself drifting and floating, so peacefully relaxed, asleep into slumberland. And it's a story about a person who is travelling on a spaceship, and the year is way off in the future from here. And they've been travelling from Earth for many years. They've explored different planets, different solar systems. Their technology has advanced to a tremendous level where they can travel at almost the speed of light. But there's a flaw with this, that although time doesn't take long for them, now they're heading back towards Earth. They're aware that thousands of years will have passed, and all those loved ones will have also passed. So although it's only been a few decades to them, time has been different for those they love. So while they're making their journey, they start working with some colleagues on ideas to address this. And they end up creating this idea of warping space and time around them using light, by firing some long beams of light and then spinning those beams of light and speeding up the spinning of those beams of light faster and faster and faster until the beams of light are spinning at almost the speed of light, and that those spinning beams should create a path of being able to travel from the present into the past. where you can travel around the beams in one direction, and you'll go into the past, and you can travel around the beams in the other direction, and you'll go into the future. But they don't know how to make sure they're fine-tuned. So as they approach the Earth, they fire these beams from a satellite they send out into space from the ship. They then fly the ship close to the beams into the twisted space, and they barely notice anything as they get close to those beams in the twisted space and then pull away from the beams a little bit. And as they do, they can see the Earth beneath them. And they decide to travel down to the Earth to take a look at where they are now. They're not picking up any communication. They can't seem to pick up any satellites. And they go down to the Earth with a lander, and they land that ship on the Earth. And with a small team, they wander out onto the Earth to explore. And they're aware that something is different about the atmosphere. It just seems a bit heavier and a bit more sluggish in some way. While at the same time, it makes them feel a bit lightheaded. And then they notice the ground vibrate. They hear a thud. Then they hear another thud and the ground vibrates again, then another and another. And they look around trying to work out where this thudding is coming from. They walk through some trees. And then they see what they thought was giant tree trunks, except that they raise off the ground and slam back down. And they look up and notice it's a huge dinosaur with a long neck stretching way out in front of it, the long tail stretching way off behind it. And it's sweeping its head from left to right and then right to left, eating at the plant. And it eats its way along, a bit like a typewriter moving along, from one side to the other. And then once it reaches the end and has cleared all the food there, it takes a big step forward with all its legs, making 4 thuds. And now it's slightly further forward and it repeats. It just eats, swinging its neck from that side back to where it came from, eating all the food. And then it steps forward again. And they look around, they notice there's many of these dinosaurs doing this. Then they hear a loud, ear-splitting screech. And loud thuds, like running. Like something enormous running. And then they see what looks like a T-Rex burst out from the forest and jump at one of these dinosaurs. And the dinosaur just pushes them off. But the T-Rex type dinosaur tries again and again. and the astronauts are unsure of what time period this is. But it seems that this dinosaur must be a bit desperate if it's trying to take on something so big. I was wondering, maybe these dinosaurs had started to die out, maybe some infection or something had happened before any asteroid had hit. But they thought to themselves, if they've come that far back into the past, what if they're unlucky enough to have come back to just when an asteroid is about to hit? So they go and get back on their ship, take off back towards space, fly back to their main ship, and head back to their time machine. And they swing round again, and then fly off again. And they fly in a ship back down towards the Earth. Again, they don't notice any satellites. They don't pick up any signals. They don't have much hope that this will be about their time. But at least the Earth, this time round, looks more like the Earth they're familiar with. So they fly down to the Earth. And they land on a shoreline. And they can see out to sea. Vast numbers of huge whales. It seems like whales have taken over the Earth, taken over the ocean. And they watch from the shore as whales breach the surface, let out breath, have a rainbow of water, a cloud above their head, before diving down as a group. And they watch this a while and they try and figure out where and when they are. And they notice that this must be prior to humans doing lots of whaling, because there are so many whales. And they can't see any human settlements. And they decide to get in their ship, fly to another area, to see if they can find evidence of humans somewhere, to get an idea of what time they're in. Because although they're attempting to get back to their time, the time they set off, they're intrigued by this ability to time travel and what it is they can learn. But at the same time they know they can't change the past. They've got to do their best not to interfere with anything. And they fly over the Earth, and their ship travels faster than anything that would be seen for many years, for centuries, taking just minutes to fly around the Earth. And so as they fly, they scan. And they can't see any significant structures while they fly around. And then eventually they notice, as they fly over Egypt, there are some large structures there. And they notice that there's a pyramid a huge pyramid, just in the process of having the outside of it put into place. And they land some distance away, and they decide to go and investigate. And they walk into a nearby village. Get some clothes to blend in. And the walk to go and investigate the building of this huge pyramid. And they watch from a distance, trying not to draw too much attention to themselves, while also trying to study. And they see the way the slabs are being pulled into place, and the huge numbers of people that are working on the structure, while others are farming, others are ferrying things down the river. And they notice all the hustle and bustle in this area. And they decide that they need to go back to their ship before they get noticed or accidentally interfere with the timeline. So they go back, get in their ship, launch off into the sky, go back into space, and head back to their main ship. They try to work out the calculations for exactly the point they need to reach when passing their time device, so that they can come out in their time. They know they're getting closer. They've gone from dinosaurs to Egyptian civilization. So using those two measurements, they work out pretty much where they think they need to reach as they pass around their time device, so that when they pull away from it, they should be in their usual time, in the time they set off. And so they fly towards it, swing close to the beams of laser, pull away, and they immediately pick up that there are satellites joining them in space. They can hear chatter coming through radio signals. So they realize that they're at least at a point where there's a civilization on the planet that has things in space. They fly down to the earth. They see that there's cities everywhere. They notice that it doesn't look like they're back to their usual time yet. But they don't know exactly what time this is. So they land in a park on the outskirts of a city. They head into the city to have a look, see where they are, when they are. And they recognize it as being the late 20th century. They recognise a yellow bus that goes past. They don't yet know the exact date, but they know the time period. And then they find a newspaper stand, and they now know the exact date. And they know that by knowing the exact date, they can now refine their judgments and refine how they can make sure that their next leap takes them home. They continue to explore for a while, take in the culture, learn what they can about this time period, while not interfering, before heading back to their ship, getting on board their ship, and launching and heading back into space, joining their main ship. And they start working on making sure that their next close encounter with their time device will take them home. And they realise that to make these really tiny time jumps of just a few hundred years, you have to be incredibly accurate. And using just these two lasers spinning in close proximity, they've got to be more accurate than a couple of atoms of the exact spot they need to reach. So they realise they need to make their time device larger. They need it to be wider so that there's more circumference to target at. But to do that, they need to energize the time device. They need to make those lasers even more powerful and add in more lasers. So they work day and night, adding in more lasers, adding more power, finding ways to increase the power. They become aware that they're going to need so much power it will almost totally drain the remaining power supplies of their ship. So they need to know that this time they land close enough to their usual time, within perhaps just a few years, so that they can stay wherever they land. So after energizing those laser beams, broadening the laser beams, they start the device again, firing those laser beams, spinning them. And as they spin faster and faster, they begin to twist, twisting time and space around with them. And they're broad enough now that they're confident they can get within 5 or 10 years of the destination they're seeking. So they decide to aim for about 10 years after they set off. They've aged by about 30 years. But they decide if they aim for about 10 years after they set off, hopefully they'll arrive either just as they seem to have set off, and no more than about 20 years after they set off. And so they plot the coordinates to be as close as they can to the correct spot around the edge of those laser beams. and they fly the ship to that point before curving off away from the laser beams. And they find themselves in a crowded space, in a familiar space. They can pick up communication. They're aware that this communication seems to be from around their kind of time that they set off. They can see that there's lights and there's artificial buildings on the moon. They can see that they're in around the time that they should be. And they have to take the whole ship down to land, because they won't have enough power for the ship to remain in space and have a lander go down and come back and then land the ship. They have to do it all at once. They go down to the surface of the Earth. They land the ship. The crew leaves the ship across a narrow bridge from the ship onto a landing pad. Everything seems familiar. They were guided in, their ship landed, following automated processes of the era. And they get greeted by people who know who they are and realize who they are, who tell them that it was as if they've only just left, and yet they look quite old. And they realize they've landed not long after they took off and went exploring. And they explain what their journey has been. They explain where they've been to distant solar systems. They explain the creation of their time device and how they've learned to master that time device, and how one can be built in space above the Earth to be powered from the Earth. And they all go their separate ways back to their loved ones. To enjoy their time back on Earth. And in this sleep story, you're wandering through the New Forest on the south of England. The ancient woodland wrapped around you like the most comfortable blanket of peace and harmony. And as you walk through the New Forest, listening to the sounds of birds in the trees, the scurrying of squirrels, seeing the deer roaming through the forest, stopping, grazing a while, before continuing on to a new location to graze some more. You head deeper and deeper into the forest until eventually you begin to notice a clearing, and in that clearing you can see the rugged grasses stretched out before you. And wild horses grazing in this open meadow. and you walk into the open meadow. And as you walk into the open meadow, feeling the warmth of the sun caressing your face, one of the horses notices you, and so you stop and rest, and you allow that horse to come over to you, rather than you approaching the horse. And every now and then there's a very slight breeze that tickles the side of your face. The occasional cloud passing across the sun. And the horse comes over to you, and it makes a friendly noise as it approaches and bobs its head ever so slightly. And it comes right up to you. And you can feel the warmth emanating from this horse. And you gently reach out, pat the side of its neck. The horse pushes gently into you, helping to form that connection. And after a few moments, the horse moves forward slightly more and bows its head and seems to be gesturing for you to climb on its back. And so, with a leap, you leap up, resting on its back, lunge your leg over the horse, landing softly in the arch of its back. And then the horse gently begins to trot back towards those other wild horses. And as it approaches those other wild horses, so they all, almost in unison, seem to look up, stop grazing, and together all of the horses begin to head from this meadow, following the horse that you're on, and heading towards some of the forest. And while trotting towards the forest, you can feel that horse beneath you, the movement of the horse, the sound of its breathing. You gently pat the side of its neck. You can feel the coarseness of its mane. And the smoothness of its hair. And the horses seem to be taking you somewhere. And you head through the forest. Sounds rustling around you. The sounds of the horses trotting on the undergrowth. the way light dances through the canopy, those shards just shining and shimmering and crossing each other as the wind blows a breeze across the tops of the trees. And after some time of these horses guiding you somewhere, they reach a small clearing in the middle of this area of forest. And as they come out into this clearing, so you see something unusual. You notice what looks like a blue horse. And the horse that you're riding trots over to that blue horse while all the others wait in a neat line at the edge of this area of meadow. And the horses seem to tap their noses together, touch the side of their heads together, bow their heads a few times, and then the horse takes a step back, lowers its neck as if to gesture to you to get off, and so you dismount. And with a little nudge, the horse nudges you towards that blue horse, and the blue horse lowers its head as if to gesture for you to mount it. And so you mount this blue horse. And then the other horse backs up to be in line with the horses at the edge of the meadow. And the blue horse begins to trot away, and its trot becomes a canter. Then you start to hear a twinkling, sparkling sound, and it's as if the horse is being surrounded by millions of tiny, sparkling diamonds. And then out from just behind you, just behind your legs, are two of the most elegant white wings that seem to appear as if by magic, with a powerful flap as the horse continues to canter. So it begins to ride on the sparkling diamonds up into the sky, and you hold on a little bit as the horse rises into the sky and begins to fly so smoothly, galloping on the air. And you're curious where this horse is taking you. And the horse gallops high above the new forest as you see the trees below, the patchwork of meadows dotted through the forest. And the horse continues galloping faster and faster, and yet the ride is incredibly smooth, and you can feel the increasing breeze on your face, and the galloping horse through the air sounds almost like playing on drums, the rhythm beating out with each step. and the horse continues getting faster and faster. And then light begins to form in front of the horse, around the sides and above and below the horse. Like the bow wave as a boat increases in speed through water. And that light in front begins to get closer and closer to the front of the horse as the horse speeds up faster and faster, until all of a sudden, in a flash, in an instant, it's as if that light passes from the front to the back of the horse, and there's suddenly calmness. The sight below and around you is suddenly unfamiliar, no longer flying above the new forest, but flying above the most incredible looking landscape. You can see tall mountains in the distance, a vast valley below, trees rising up at the sides of the valley, some areas of trees densely populating the valley, other areas of open meadow, and a winding river going right through the center of that valley below. You can tell that river is fast flowing by the white water you can see wrapped around stones and boulders. And the horse gallops above this valley, while its wings flap powerfully. And then it begins to descend into one of the meadows. And as it reaches the ground, its feet touch the ground, so you can hear the sudden sound of hoof on solid ground, on the grass and soil beneath. The sparkling around the horse calms and fades, and with the sparkling fading, so the wings seem to magically begin to fade, and the horse slows down to a trot, and then walking through this valley. And you can hear some sounds of wildlife, and it sounds so calming and peaceful, and yet unfamiliar to you. And the horse continues walking through this valley, near to the river, the sound of that river bubbling alongside you. And after some time walking along, the horse turns towards the slopes of the valley, heads into the tree line, through those trees, and then you spy through the trees what looks like a cave, and the horse stops at the entrance to the cave, You dismount. The horse nudges you towards the cave, and so you enter into that cave, unsure what you'll discover. You see some flickering light coming from within the cave, so you walk towards that flickering light, curious about the experience, intrigued why the horses would bring you here. And you see a person dressed in purple, stirring a pot over a campfire here deep in the cave. And with the most friendly eyes and smile, they look up at you, gesture for you to come over, and as you're heading over, so they begin to speak to you. And they tell you that Quaylar is a special kind of horse, kind of a magical being. And they were sent to find someone with just the right qualities for being comfortable and communicating with nature. And they communicated through the realms to others of their type of kind. And you are identified. And they tell you that your help is needed, that there's a task which someone needs to do, where magic isn't suitable, only compassion and the right mental attitude can help. And they tell you that even deeper in this cave lives a dragon, and they require you to go deeper into the cave and to bring peace and calm to the dragon's heart. That the only way to break a spell that was cast on this dragon is for genuine peace and calm to be brought to its heart. The spell can't be broken by the use of more magic. And that if this dragon can't be helped, then the hold the magic has on the dragon will lead to the dragon terrorizing more than just this realm. And if the dragon encounters other dragons, then the magic that has been used on it can transfer from it to those other dragons, spreading this problem even further. And so you agree to help with a sense of curiosity and intrigue, and yet not even at all surprised at the idea of dragons having flown on a horse with wings. And the wizard hands you a torch. And sends you on your way, and so you walk deeper and deeper into the cave, listening to the occasional drip of water echoing through this cave, walking so gracefully and so calmly and peacefully that each step would barely disturb rice paper and barely makes a sound. And the light from your torch flickers and dances on the cave wall. And despite the gentle dripping within this cave, there's a deep sense of peace here. And you walk deeper and deeper into the cave, and way off in the distance you can hear the deep sound of the dragon breathing in and breathing out. And you continue walking in the direction of that sound. Until eventually you come out to a chamber, and it's a vast chamber that could rival any cathedral. The sound of the dragon's breath reverberating off the walls. The occasional scraping, sliding sound, the dragon moving its tail. And you walk slowly towards that dragon. And as you approach the dragon, it gazes up at you, glares at you, and you feel calm and compassion and love. You don't feel at all intimidated, as if you know the dragon's soul, and that this is just a surface level behavior to try and scare. And the dragon bares its teeth, breathes in and then bursts out fire. And the fire is aimed in a slightly different direction to you, and you can feel the warmth of that fire as it passes you. And you feel this is a bit like a shot across the bow that used to be used to try to deter ships. And you carry on approaching, feeling even deeper calm, peace, compassion. And the dragon stands up at full height, breathes in to make itself large and scary. And you continue walking towards it, only expressing peace and calm. And once you get near, the dragon lowers its head. You rest your hand on the side of its warm neck, feeling the smoothness of the scales, feeling the way the dragon's breath slows down gently, beginning to feel a deep connection with this dragon. as you run your hand down its neck towards its body. And the closer to its body your hand gets, the more you can sense the heartbeat of this dragon. The slow, powerful thump-bum of the dragon's heart. And as your hand moves down all the way to the body, so it's as if you start to create a connection between yourself and your compassion and this dragon. And you start to almost psychically connect with the dragon as you fall into sync with the dragon, and you start to see the dragon's life experiences, the curse inflicted upon the dragon, the wizard which had caused such a curse. And the dragon begins to glow, and that glowing begins to pass through your hand and into your body, relieving the dragon of the curse. And as that glowing calms down, so you leave the chamber, leaving this dragon to rest, free in the knowledge it's no longer cursed. You head back through the cave, back to that wizard resting by the campfire. They're already aware of the changes created because of your actions. And you ask them if there's a way of stopping this wizard, making sure that they can't do the same again. And the wizard explained that magic can't be used to stop magic, because when two magic systems collide, they just create stronger magic. They don't take the magic away. But you may be able to help, because you have no magical abilities. But you do have a pure heart that deeply loves and respects nature. And so magic struggles to influence those of pure heart. It needs a kernel of something to latch onto and to grow from, like watering a seed within somebody. But you're different and unique. And the wizard tells you where to find this other wizard, and says that you'll know what to do when you get there. And you leave the cave. You head back to that horse, and the horse instinctively knows what you've been tasked with, and it begins to take you through the valley in the direction of the other wizard. And as it does, so you just enjoy the journey. And the sun on this land sets, and the horse stops, and you camp for a while. And you find yourself talking to the horse even though the horse doesn't respond. It just seems like it's listening intently. And then at night, You snuggle up next to the warmth of the horse as the campfire burns down to embers, falling asleep on the grass. And the next morning continuing your journey until eventually the horse reaches a point where it stops and it seems to be refusing to go any further. And you nudge it in the sides and it just rears its head slightly as if to say, I am not going beyond this point. And so you dismount, and the horse moves its head and nose, as if to gesture in the direction you need to travel. And so you continue on your journey on foot, heading through this unusual landscape, searching for that wizard. And eventually, after some time of walking, you see a small building in the distance, some wisp of smoke rising from the chimney, the glow of light in the windows. And you walk up towards that house. You knock the knocker on the door, and someone answers the door, and you realize straight away that this is that wizard. And you just directly tell them you're here to stop them from terrorizing the land. And they laugh at you, and they want to have power and control, not just of this land, but by creating chaos through the realms. And from sowing that chaos, they can then appear and take control and be the savior resolving the chaos. You firmly state that you're here to stop them. And although now they give just a hint of concern, just a flicker of an eye, they try to portray themselves as confident that you're just like any other person. And they go over to a book. They open that book, and as they do, they pick up a wand resting beside the book. And in an instant and a flick of the wrist, they fire a spell at you with a gentle cantation, and a light emanates in your direction. And like absorbing the magic and the dragon, that light seems to just be absorbed into you. And at best, all it causes is a very slight, gentle tingling through your body, as if helping you relax deeper and deeper in this situation. And you remember the words that you'll know what to do when you're there. Then you stand up and walk towards the wizard. You reach out and gently touch them on the shoulder. And as you do, you feel a deep sense of calm compassion. of love for the humanity within them. And almost like it's your magic being cast through no magic, you seem to be able to trigger that kernel of humanity buried deep within the wizard, almost locked away from even the wizard's own reach. And it's almost as if that kernel of humanity is watered, nurtured, given the right environment to thrive, as if it blossoms and blooms from within them, growing, spreading, filling them internally with humanity, compassion, care for others. Until eventually their eyes weep as humanity takes over. And you see that compassion in their eyes as they become a changed person. As you then leave this wizard and begin your journey back, heading back towards where the horse left you. And as you begin your journey back, so you hear a noise and then see the horse arriving, now comfortable to travel this close to this location, no longer fearful of what lay ahead. You climb on the back of the horse and together journey back to the other wizard. And that other wizard also seems to just know that change has happened. They know what you've achieved. And then on that horse, it canters along, bursting into a gallop. The sparkling lights spring to life around the horse, the wings erupt into view, and the horse launches into the air, galloping on its sparkly road, galloping on the air. The light spreading around the horse, until with a flash it finds itself back, galloping above the new forest. It slows down to a canter, heads down into the new forest, lands in the new forest, and then trots through to where the other horses are. You dismount, say goodbye to the horse, and you can sense it saying goodbye to you. You head over to the other horses, climb onto the one you rode earlier, and it takes you back to where you started. You head back through the new forest, finding your way to somewhere to stay for the night. You have something to eat. You reminisce and think back on your day's adventure, on everything that's happened, how unreal some of it seemed, and yet how you accepted it as being real and went with the flow. Curious about the other land, where it is, whether you'll ever get an opportunity to revisit and perhaps explore more. And then you head to bed and find yourself feeling so peaceful and calm that your mind just feels so still as you drift and float, relaxed asleep into slumberland.